Chapter 734. The chef competition in Huayuan County was currently being prepared. This competition was temporarily a local competition. Those who came to Huayuan County were all chefs from Jiangxi Province. The competition in other places had not started yet. After the competition in each province, they would be summoned to the capital for the next competition. Wu Huifei wanted to cause trouble for the Zhang family and Wang family during the competition, so she made a lot of arrangements. Empress Wang did not care about this. She ran to Yaowang Mountain to continue to take care of her skin. She also learned more about the way of leisure to stabilize her position. The battle between the two parties had been going on behind the scenes, so it could be considered peaceful. The place that was not peaceful was Xinsai County. Zhui Meng's disappearance made several parties move together. Along with the rumors, when they finally pointed to Feng Changgong, Li Linfu could not wait any longer. The more important thing was to speed up the construction of the workshop. Li Linfu called Feng Changgong and said, "Do you want to live or die?" "Live, Master Li, you must save me. I know my mistake. I shouldn't have asked Zhui Meng to come." In the face of life and death, Feng Changgong begged Li Linfu like a puppy wagging its tail. "It seems that you still don't know where you were wrong. You shouldn't have stopped Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan from channeling the river. Good, it's good that you know your mistake. Immediately take the initiative to dig a ditch in Baoxin County and post a notice to the people in the county. First, to prosper the local economy and improve the people's livelihood, we want to cooperate with Baoxin County to divert the river. Second, some time ago, you heard rumors and mistakenly led the fake Daoist Zhui Meng to the county to talk nonsense. You will issue an arrest warrant and offer a high reward for the people to admit your mistake first. Third, are there any omissions in the accounts? If you lack money, you can avoid this first. Fourth, personally go to Baoxin County and ask for forgiveness in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Li Linfu understood that this was not just a battle in Xinsai County, but a battle between two parties. His side, Yu Wenrong, saw that the matter was about to be settled. If he pushed a little, it would be better to contend with Zhang Shuo. If he retreated, it would be unknown when Dong Shan would rise again. Feng Changgong showed a troubled expression. He said, "Master Li, how can I still have face after doing this? Wouldn't I have to admit defeat to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? What's the point of living if you beg for forgiveness in front of two half-grown children? Then you can just wait for your death. I'll help you this time and leave you with an intact corpse. Now that you know how to save face, why didn't you think more about it? Is your face that important? More important than the Tubo Kingdom? Why don't you go and take a look at the land between the eastern front of Jinchuan and the western front of Great Tang? Who's in charge? Someone who can threaten an entire country by himself, is he someone you can fight? You, a local official, do not know much. That Zhang Xiaobao has not given up on Tubo. This autumn, we will see the result." Last night, news arrived from the capital. Because Zhang Shuo refused to accept Xiaobao and Cuckoo's invitation list, after falling out with them, he retired. The person recommended by Su and Su, Heiwei, will be appointed as Yaozhou's Ji Shi, who is also familiar with Yaozhou's agricultural affairs. Compared to Zhang Ji, what do you think? How are you compared to Tubo? Tell me, do you want to take poison or hang yourself? This official will definitely help you. Li Linfu said a few words to Feng Changgong, then smiled and offered to help. Officially, this official does not want to die. I will do it now. Officially, if this official uses Zhang Xiaobao's secret plan to deal with Tubo as a threat and says that if they don't help this official, I will inform Tubo, can this matter succeed? Feng Changgong had just said that his face was more important than his life, but now he changed his words. Ha, ha ha ha. Li Linfu was so angry that he laughed. He patted Feng Changgong's shoulder and said, "Fine, County Magistrate Feng, you have a bright future. This official risked my life to tell you something that you shouldn't know, and you want to use this to threaten Zhang Xiaobao. I didn't see it. Do you have any relatives at home? Is there a place to escape? If we can escape the pursuit of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, this official will run with you. Official Li thinks that this plan is inappropriate. How about we hide in Tubo?" Feng Changgong might have been threatened too much recently, so his train of thought could not keep up. He was still persistent. Li Linfu sighed helplessly, "Sigh. I thought that you have a good place to go, but you actually want to hide in Tubo. Wang Wan just needs to go to Shanandong province and gather the 6,000 light cavalry that are still alive and can fight, then ask Tubo for you. Official Feng, please tell this official if Tubo will give you or not. Or Zhang Xiaobao will immediately order Pingzhou Pass to stop the exchange of food for livestock. What do you think Tubo will do? Then go to Japan. Japan has a lot of gold and silver," Feng Changgong said again. "You don't need to go anywhere. Stay here. This official does not want to be chased. Someone, invite County Magistrate Feng to rest. Take care of his 3 meals a day. It is indispensable." Li Linfu didn't want to waste any more time on Feng Changgong, so he called for his own men to restrain him. He immediately began to write a notice in Feng Changgong's name, completing what he had just said. He then ordered the people outside, "Prepare a carriage for this official. This official is going to Baoxin County." In Baoxin County, Zhang Xiaobao was still writing a letter to Gao Lisher. He said that the emperor was traveling and that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family would pay for all the expenses. However, all the arrangements had to be made by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, such as road repair, food, and security. No one else was allowed to interfere. No matter how much money was spent and whether or not they could earn money, only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family could do it. Wang Wan stood to the side and watched Zhang Xiaobao write the letter. At the same time, she also embroidered clothes for Xiaobei and the others. Seeing that she had embroidered her hands twice, Zhang Xiaobao said, "You don't have to learn this. I am not from the great Tang dynasty. Whether or not a woman can cook and know how to sew clothes is not important. If you want to eat well, I will personally cook and not feel ashamed. There are some things that women should do and should do." The reason why the matriarchal clan was eliminated was because their bodies were not strong enough and they also had to give birth. There are strong women, but the proportion is too small. No matter which aspect it is, the ones who are truly at the top are men. Even if it is women's underwear, the one who makes the best is not a woman. My mother in the past was actually not bad, but she still knew how to take care of us at home. You are not the kind of man who does not have the ability and needs to rely on a woman. Many times, I have to stand behind you. One is that you can protect me, and the other is that I can cooperate with you. I can cook and sew clothes. I don't know about other women, but I know that I like it. This makes me feel that I am a complete woman. In fact, I used to know how to sew. I could even sew sweaters, but I have never sewed like this before. I only sewed cross-stitch. It was very simple. It was only after I came here that I realized how amazing the women here were. My mother and your mother were like this, especially your mother. Until now, all our clothes were sewn by her. When she sewed, she did not need to sew anything, and the things she sewed were also very vivid. This shows that she must have a good foundation in drawing. The women of this era are really not to be underestimated. Wang Wan was not ready to give up. She felt that if she did not know what other women knew, then she would be missing something in her life. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao finished writing the letter. Seeing that Wang Wan was so persistent, he did not try to persuade her anymore. He asked someone to send the letter away and said to Wang Wan, "It's getting dark. Don't sew first. If your eyes are tired and nearsighted, I still have to make glasses for you." "How much glass would I waste? It is much more difficult than making binoculars. Let's go out and take a walk." Wang Wan put away the things and walked out with Zhang Xiaobao. After they were out of the door, she suddenly asked, "Xiaobao, do you know about sewing machines?" "Yes, I know. I am not a fool. I use it pretty well. It's the kind that steps on the feet. I used to make underpants for myself." Zhang Xiaobao felt that his hands-on ability was very strong. He put on a posture of pushing the thread forward and said, "Then why don't you ask someone to make a sewing machine? You can make electric lights and washing machines. Are you missing a sewing machine? If you didn't mention it, I really wouldn't have thought of it. The principle of a sewing machine is even simpler." "Okay, I will remember this. I can't make it and sell it right away. I have to think about how to use it. This opportunity is rare. The small step we take is a big step forward. Don't make it sound so dignified. Are you thinking of something again?" "Little master, little miss, it's not good. Something happened to Xiao Bei and the others." The guard in charge of looking after the little guys rushed over and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "What happened?" Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan asked nervously at the same time. "Little Miss Xiao Bei and Little Master Xiao Yuan fell. Little Miss Xiao Bei's arm is broken, and Little Master Xiao Yuan's leg is swollen." The guard was so anxious that his eyes were red. It seemed that he was the one in pain. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't continue to talk about the sewing machine. They ran to where their younger brother and sister were. They saw Xiao Bei holding his right arm with his left hand, refusing to let others come over to check. He pursed his lips and held back his tears. Xiao Yuan's eyes were also filled with tears. It wasn't that he was in pain. His pants had been taken off. He looked at Xiao Bei and felt sad for him. The other little guys were also anxious at the side. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have time to care about others. He ran in front of Xiao Bei and reached out to take Xiao Bei's arm. He began to feel the bone. Wang Wan asked with a livid face, "Who took care of him? Why didn't he let us treat him?" "Little miss, we took care of him. Xiao Bei let someone touch him just now and said that it hurt. He didn't let anyone get close to him," a maidservant came over and replied in horror. Wang Wan didn't say anything. She nodded and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. After Zhang Xiaobao examined his sister, he let out a long breath and said to Wang Wan, "It's not crushed. It's just cracked. It will probably take 2 months to heal. Pay attention to your diet." There was a slight misalignment, so I corrected it. "Xiao Bei, how did you fall?" Mechanical arm multiplied by mechanical arm is equal to resistance arm multiplied by resistance arm. I wanted to see if Xiao Yuan could fly into the swimming pool. He jumped from a high place and fell. Xiao Yuan stood in the wrong place and broke his leg. Xiao Bei finally found someone to cry to. As he cried, he looked at a seesaw beside him. Zhang Xiaobao also looked over and saw that there was a platform on one side of the seesaw. It was estimated to be 3 meters high. Presumably, his sister had jumped from there, and Xiao Yuan was standing on the other side. After crying for a while, the strong Xiao Bei looked at her brother and asked, "Was it wrong?" "That's right. But little sister, you should ask your brother and sister first. The human body's endurance and the acceleration of gravity are not something you can jump from. Big brother will teach you how to jump later, okay? Later, take some painkillers." His sister was fine, and Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't take his anger out on the people taking care of her. He guessed that the little rascals did it secretly. In the future, he could only tell the people taking care of her to be more careful and more careful. Wang Wan's face was still gloomy. She asked the person beside her, "What if it's 2 zhang toll? What about 3 zhang toll? The maidservant will receive 3 whips, and the guards will receive 10 whips." "No, the guards will receive 20 whips. Guards, guards, guards. If they can't protect her, how can they be called guards?" After giving the order, Wang Wan said to Xiao Bei with a pained heart, "The medicine will be here soon. I won't eat it. I'm not afraid of pain. Last time, when Big Brother practiced the torture removal technique, he didn't eat it after making a mistake. I won't eat it either." Xiao Bei insisted. Then Xiao Bei, "How do you know that mechanical arm multiplied by mechanical arm is equal to resistance arm multiplied by resistance arm?" Wang Wan was puzzled. This was knowledge taught to the people in the inner courtyard. How did Xiao Bei and the rest know? "It's all because of my second brother. He even calculated whether the slingshot could hit accurately, but as long as it was a little farther, he was right every time," Xiao Bei said. Chapter 735. Xiao Bei was completely well-behaved this time. He had a splint on his arm and looked very pitiful. He had an excuse to ask others to feed him when he was eating. Zhang Xiaobao's little brother, Xiao Hai, was even more silent. Occasionally, he would be in a daze. If one got close, they could hear him whispering, "What is gravitational acceleration? How do you calculate it? Why do people get hurt when they fall?" After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan settled Xiao Bei down, they found Xiao Hai, who was squatting in a corner and drawing on the ground with a wooden stick. The two of them quietly approached him. They thought that Xiao Hai was sad for his sister. Just as they were about to persuade him, they suddenly realized that Xiao Hai was not drawing blindly. He was actually drawing a right triangle. There were numbers written on each side, and there was a simple addition and subtraction formula next to it. Zhang Xiaobao had also studied with Wang Wan for a while. Looking at the addition and subtraction formula, he knew that Xiao Hai was calculating the length of the hypotenuse of the triangle. Perhaps it was because he did not know how to write a square, so he used addition and subtraction instead. He always set the length of the 2 right-angled sides to a very easy-to-calculate number. In other words, it was the kind of Pythagorean. It was very simple. If the lengths of the 2 right-angled sides were 2 and 4, he would not calculate the length of the hypotenuse. "Xiao Hai, are you calculating the Pythagorean?" Wang Wan felt that it was very magical. She also squatted down and asked Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai was too engrossed and was startled. When he saw that it was his brother and sister coming over, he nodded. If Xiao Bei did not fall, Xiao Yuan also did not fall. After I calculate, Xiao Yuan will be able to fly out of the empty space on the platform that Xiao Bei jumped off and fall into the water. Hee, Xiao Hai, you like to learn this? Wang Wan laughed. Even if the two of them did not make a mistake, Xiao Yuan would only hit the platform that Xiao Bei was standing on when he flew. Picking up a wooden stick from the side, Wang Wan began to calculate according to the rough data on the ground. She didn't even take into account air resistance, only gravity, and added it into the formula to find the limit of flying angle and height. This kind of guidance method could be done by a high school student like Zhang Xiaobao, but for Zhang Xiaobao, it was still too difficult. Little Hai's eyes were fixed. Although he didn't understand why they had to calculate like this, he knew that Sister Wang Wan could calculate, and she was very good at it. Wang Wan didn't expect Xiao Hai to understand immediately. She just wanted to let him know that if he wanted to learn computing well, there was still a long way to go. "Little Hai, do you want to learn? It might take 10 years, 20 years, or even longer, and then I can learn arithmetic to the highest level." Little Hai asked longingly. Wang Wan shook her head. What I'm using now is just the basics. It's like learning 1 plus 1 equals something. No one knows where the peak of calculation is. Every time you climb a mountain that you think is the highest, you will find that there is an even higher mountain in front of you. What can you do after you learn it? Little Hai asked again. Everything. This is called a coordinate axis, this is called a parabola, this is called. Wang Wan began to explain some terms to Little Hai. She didn't expect Little Hai to understand immediately. She wanted to give Little Hai an impression first. After Little Hai memorized the names of each place, Wang Wan said to Little Hai, if you want to learn this step, you must first have a solid foundation in addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Learn well. If there is anything you don't know, ask me. Go and see Xiao Bei. Because of your calculation error, Xiao Bei was injured. Okay, I will go now. I will learn well. Sister, are you and Big Brother really gods? Little Hai had a goal in his heart. He stood up and suddenly asked. Yes. When you are good, you are a god. In the future, you will be a god too. Wang Wan rubbed Little Hai's head and left with Zhang Xiaobao. There were other things to do. I am a god too. I am a god too. I will learn arithmetic well. There is nothing I can't do. Little Hai encouraged himself and ran towards Xiao Bei. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were talking about their younger brother and sister as they walked back. I thought I would have to wait until they were in their first year to discover their interests. I didn't expect them to gradually reveal it now. I have to be more careful in the future. I can't let them be too biased. Otherwise, when they reach a certain level, they will find that their foundation is not solid enough. They will have to go back and learn again. It will be a waste of time. Zhang Xiaobao felt that Xiao Bei and Little Yuan's injuries were worth it. At least they knew that Little Hai, who was usually relatively quiet, had such an interest. He could actually calculate the length of a string. Yes, every child is a genius. It just depends on whether you can discover it or not. Wang Wan also sighed with emotion. When Old Man Pai and the others, who had also received news of Xiao Bei's injury, rushed over, they saw Xiao Bei eating a cold drink with her arm in a sling. Today, she was injured, so she was treated more leniently. She ate 3 bowls in a row and was still eating. There was also an unlimited amount of candy. This made her forget about the pain in her arm very quickly and become happy. Old Man Bai found out what had happened from the servants. He looked at the seesaw, then at the platform that was set up. He said to Old Man Yao, "It is indeed dangerous, but it let me know that the children of the Zhang and Wang families are indeed different from those of other families. This time, it is a human standing on the platform. If there is a stone placed on it, it would be a catapult. Yes, it seems that the little guys are quite capable. I didn't expect them to be like this usually. Their family just eats better food and says that they don't lack nutrition. They usually play more games, and when they tell stories, they always include what they learned that day. Everything else is about the same as other people's. Why is it that they are different after they are taught?" Old Man Yao concluded. He was quite shocked. He felt that if all the children were raised like the children of the Zhang family and Wang family, then when this batch of children grew up, they would definitely be even more impressive. Old Man Chang did not care about education. He only praised Xiao Bei's bravery and told Xiao Bei that if something like this happened in the future, don't forget to find Grandpa Zhang to play with. He looked as if he wanted the world to be in chaos. Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan's injuries caused the servants in the family to receive the punishment they deserved. This was especially so for the bodyguards. They were whipped very hard. The people who whipped them were also not satisfied with them. They couldn't even protect a person, so how could they be bodyguards? This time, they were lucky and broke their arms. What if they broke their necks again? In Enchanting County, after Li Linfu posted a notice to arrest the dream-chasing Daoist in the name of the county magistrate, the worries of the people were finally relieved. Since they did not have to be afraid of traveling to the southwest and did not have to continue controlling the land, then the river could be smoothly led to Baoxin County. As soon as Li Linfu left Enchanting County, Cui Riji received the news and knew about the notice. Looking in the direction Li Linfu left, he said to the attendant next to him, "It seems that this Li Linfu is not like how he was on the way here. We were all fooled. Sir is right. If Li Linfu does this, even if he uses this method to deal with Feng Changgong, it won't be very effective. Originally, it was a crime of beheading, but after Li Linfu did it, it became a crime of negligence. At most, Feng Changgong will be stripped of his official position. That way, the blow to the other party will be reduced. Why don't we call that guy surnamed Yen over and ask him what he plans to do? It would be best if we can get our side, as well as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in Baoxin County. This time, Li Linfu is not going there to see the development of Baoxin County and learn from them like he said. He is probably going there to catch people." The attendant next to Cui Riji, who was also his aide, analyzed and said. Looking at the busy people in the county, Cui Riji, who still didn't take Li Linfu seriously, waved his hand and rode to the Rushui River. He said, "Don't worry. Li Linfu is not that capable. How can he rope in Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan just because he wants to? But we still have to be careful." The attendant was still worried. "Of course. Let's go and take a look over there. The recruitment and training will probably start today. As long as we start early, the tax paid by Enchanting County this year will be higher than before. When the time comes, we will take all the credit." Cui Riji seemed to be very unwilling to think of Li Linfu as an opponent who could compete with him. He didn't even think of Li Linfu as someone who was more powerful than him. As soon as Li Linfu entered the lower boundary of Baoxin County, he got out of the carriage and rode on his horse. He looked at the situation in Baoxin County along the way. He was also a registrar, so he knew what kind of scene was real and could reflect the good and bad lives of the local people. The houses on both sides of the road were not renovated and looked old. If he only saw this part, then it could be said that the lives of the people in Baoxin County had not improved by much. However, the difference was that although the houses were old, in the enclosed courtyards, he could see chickens and ducks in the front yard. There were also pigs in the backyards. Each family had also found an open space to feed the poultry and livestock. It was almost noon. Smoke came out of the chimneys of the houses. Some had no smoke and were cooking by a unique stove outside. Li Linfu narrowed his eyes and looked at the people cooking. He saw that the clothes they wore were not as good as the people of Enchanting County. However, the expressions on their faces were much better than the people of Enchanting County. None of them looked sad, and their actions were swift. Li Linfu had seen such an expression before. It was the usual expression of people when there was a happy occasion. He also said to the attendant beside him, "This is the human heart. As long as there is a good plan, it will be better than usual when doing things." It seems that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan have really put in a lot of effort. "Master, look, there are a lot of people busy there. The road is blocked. Why don't we go around?" The attendant beside him also looked around. A gust of wind blew in, bringing a lot of dust. He narrowed his eyes and waited for the wind to pass. He pointed to a side road and wanted to go around. Li Linfu, who wanted to understand the specific situation in Baoxin County, couldn't go around. Wei Wei exerted force on her legs, and the horse under her sped up and ran forward. The others also knew to follow behind. Without waiting for them to get too close, Li Linfu could see the situation clearly. Many people carried sand and stones on their shoulders and pushed them with small carts to the sides of the road. The people on both sides held tools and dug and pressed. The weather was hot, and many people were bare-chested. Sweat flowed down their bodies, making them look like they were smeared with oil. In addition, the mud was sticky, making people feel uncomfortable just by looking at it. The commoners who were working did not seem to feel uncomfortable at all and continued to work hard. From time to time, there were people with buckets in their hands moving back and forth in the crowd. Occasionally, they would stop and use a ladle to scoop up the water in the buckets and pass it to the people who were taking a short break from work to wipe their sweat. The people who received the buckets raised their heads and drank it all. They gasped for breath twice and continued working. After watching for a while, Li Linfu didn't see anyone deliberately slacking off. There were no supervisors here. If it was normal for the commoners to work, even if there were supervisors, the commoners wouldn't risk their lives like this. After all, that kind of work was calculated by the day, not by how much they worked. Go and ask. Li Linfu, who didn't know why they were continuing to work on the road, said to the person beside him. The person immediately trotted over and found the person who was busy cooking at the side to ask. After a while, he ran back and said to Li Linfu, "The county magistrate of Baoxin County, Yiwei, wants to repair the roads. He said that some of the roads are too narrow. In the future, it will be inconvenient if there are too many vehicles and people coming and going." So, he took out 1,000 strings of coins and prepared to repair the entire county's roads. 1,000 strings of coins wants to repair all the roads in Baoxin County. Is he way stupid? Not to mention 1,000 strings of coins, even the wages and the money to buy materials can't be less than 5,000 strings of coins. Do you think this is as simple as a village? When Li Linfu heard the words of the person who came back, he didn't believe it at all. If 1,000 strings of coins could repair all the roads in a county, the sun would rise from the west. The person who went over to ask continued, "Master, it is indeed 1,000 strings of coins. This money is used to buy vegetables and food. Just now, I went over to ask. The people in the county don't want wages, and they don't need to go elsewhere to buy things. They prepare their own things. Even the baskets used to carry sand and stones are made by the people themselves. 1,000 strings of coins is probably only used to cook food, and they don't need it. So, they are afraid that people will get heatstroke in the hot weather, so they buy beans to make soup for them to drink." The person who walked around with the bucket just now filled the bucket with mung bean water, and added some rock sugar and salt. When he said this, Li Linfu understood. Indeed, if the first two things that the people did were calculated by the heavens, and the people didn't want money after that, 1,000 strings of coins would be enough. But why were the people so stupid? The Zhang family and the Wang family were rich, so it would be a waste not to take it. Li Linfu, who couldn't understand, dismounted and personally walked over to an old man who was sitting on the side of the road and using a willow branch in his hand to repair a recently broken basket. He squatted there and watched the old man nimbly repair the basket. He asked, "Old man, how much does it cost to repair this basket?" The old man saw Li Linfu when he came over. The official robes he wore were very eye-catching, but the old man didn't care. If it was an official who came to see him work at such a close distance, he would definitely be nervous. He would be excited and afraid that he didn't do a good job. However, ever since Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, and county magistrate he of the county came, everything changed. It was no longer so difficult to see the officials. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo took a group of children to walk around when they had nothing to do. It could be easily seen that county magistrate he would also take time out every day to explain the income and expenses of the county to everyone at the Yamen entrance. He didn't have the slightest feeling of being high and mighty. Therefore, even if another official came to take a look, there was no need to worry. He didn't believe that any official from other places would dare to come and cause trouble. There were many officials in the county who came and went, and they all went to learn. At this time, when he heard the person in the official robes ask, the old man took a loose willow branch basket from the side and continued to repair it. He said, "It's free. I can't do other work, but I can still weave baskets. Why not? Old man, you are working for Baoshin County. It's not wrong to get a salary. Is it because the county doesn't pay you? Tell me, and I will impeach them." Li Linfu asked tentatively. He wanted to see what the people in the county thought. As soon as the words came out, the old man's pair of turbid eyes stared at him. "Who do you want to impeach? Go, stay away from me. Don't delay my work. I'm not impeaching. I'm just asking. I just said it. Even if you want me to impeach, I don't have the courage. Who doesn't know that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who are in charge of Baoshin County, can't be impeached? Am I right, old man?" Li Linfu quickly changed his words. Perhaps it was because his tone was good, or perhaps it was because he was relatively handsome. He gave a good impression. This time, the old man didn't chase him away. Instead, he said while mending the baskets, "That's right. Don't you know who Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are? If someone really impeaches them, not to mention that they are capable, even if their family is not capable, I will personally put a bloody handprint to protect them. As an official, you said something wrong. How can you say that you are working for the county? Baoshin County is not other people's county. It is the county of Baoshin County. How can you ask for money when you are working for your own county? Are you thinking about it wrongly?" Yes, thank you, old man, for reminding me. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have thought of this. Yes, how can I ask for money when I am working for my own county? Old man, we are in charge of our own county. Can we manage our own county? Does our own words count? Li Linfu was stunned. Since when did the people treat a county as their own? Since it was their own county, they couldn't just work for their own family. Therefore, he asked again. Why doesn't it count? Every morning in the yamen, county magistrate he will tell us how much money is left in the yamen and where to spend it. If we don't agree, or if a lot of people don't agree, then the money can't be spent. Only when everyone agrees can it be used, for example, to repair the road. When county magistrate he first proposed it, I was also present. Everyone didn't say anything for a while, so county magistrate he didn't dare to order to take out money to repair the road. Later, someone took the lead and agreed. They said that if the road was repaired, it would make it more convenient for pedestrians and vehicles to come and go. With more people coming and going, there would be more people doing business. The county would also collect more taxes. Naturally, more money could be used in the county. Only then did we all agree. You didn't see that when county magistrate he proposed it, he was sweating. He was afraid that we wouldn't agree. Some people said that if we didn't agree, county magistrate he would easily fall ill. The old man, who had personally participated in the decision of the county, was very happy. He said to Li Linfu with joy. He put down the basket in his hand. Seeing that there was no basket next to him, he took the willow branch and began to knit it on the support. Li Linfu really didn't know that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were in charge of this county. He only knew that they had built a model tour here. Now that he heard about it, he didn't know how to react for a while. Since when did officials need to discuss things with the people and get the consent of the people? How much money was in the yamen was not the people's business. What did the people know? But Baoshin County really did this. The effect seemed to be quite good. Not to mention other things, just the fact that when the people were working, they would work for them without any pay. Other counties could not count on it. Perhaps only places like Sanshui County and Huayuan County could do it. It was good, but it was difficult. First of all, the officials had to be capable. They had to be able to think of good ideas to do things for the local people. In fact, the officials in the county had to be united. They couldn't scheme against each other and were willing to give up all their power under certain circumstances. It was easy to say, but difficult to do. If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan weren't in charge of Baoxin County, He Wei wouldn't be so obedient. He knew that he couldn't win against the two of them, so he compromised. Maybe the old man saw that the official in front of him was easy to talk to and was a good person, so he persuaded this official, if he is also a local official, he should learn from the officials in this county. We are not unreasonable. As long as you tell us, even if you might do something wrong, we are willing to help. Who doesn't want to let the people in the county have a better life? If the people in the county have a better life, they can take out money for us when there is a disaster in the future. Now, Baoxin County is not afraid of disasters. There is a lot of food in the Yaman's warehouse. Regardless of whether there is a drought or a flood, when the warehouse is opened, we don't have to go outside to escape. Which official are you? After saying that, the old man wanted to ask. Until now, he still didn't know who the other party was. I haven't taken office yet, but I am in a neighboring county. Registrar, I have remembered what you said. When the time comes, I will learn from you. Li Linfu pointed in the direction of Xinsai County and replied humbly. The old man looked at Li Linfu again and nodded, you look good as an official. When you take office, remember to come and ask if you encounter any trouble. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are very capable. Things that many officials find difficult to do are easy in their hands. In fact, some of the officials who come here specifically come to ask for solutions. Yes, even if you don't say it, I know. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are well known in the imperial court. In the future, I will come and see you more often. Let's combine the two counties and live a good life. Chapter 736. In summer, the weather was still unpredictable. It could be cold or hot at any time. It might be sunny in the morning, but it might be raining at noon. That was the case today. When they woke up in the morning and saw that the weather was good, they prepared to travel a little more. But who knew that it would rain before noon, making the already difficult road even more difficult to travel. Stop. Set up tents to shelter from the rain. Complaining about the heavens in his heart, Songrignagan gave the order to stop. The people in the group didn't want to continue. Being drenched by the rain, they couldn't tell if it was cold or hot. Their wet clothes stuck to their bodies, damp and stuffy. Seeing that their master had ordered them to stop, they quickly set up their tents and hid in them. They took off their soaking wet clothes and used the wood from the carriage to make a fire. Fortunately, they had covered the firewood with oilcloth before it started raining. Otherwise, they would have to endure the heat now. Songrignagan didn't rest immediately. He wore a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat. A few other people checked the tents one by one to see if anyone was feeling unwell. If so, they would have to be fed medicine immediately. They were not just slaves, but also money. The slaves were also used to their master's kindness. Everyone who saw Songrignagan respectfully greeted him from the bottom of their hearts. When Songrignagan walked into another tent, there were women and children. The women also took off their clothes and didn't look shy in front of Songrignagan. Perhaps they were used to it, but the children were also playing around naked. Seeing a child sitting there obediently, Songrignagan took out a thermometer from his arms and wiped it with his sleeve. He said to the child, "Open your arms and hold it." "Are you cold?" The child nodded and obediently held the thing that he had never seen before under his arm. He looked at his master with wide eyes, not knowing what his master was going to do. The person next to Sangrignagin immediately said, "This is called a thermometer. It can be used to see if a person is sick or not. Ordinary people can't see it, let alone use it. It's a good thing made by devilish Cuckoo's family. My master is good friends with Cuckoo and only got a few of them. She still hasn't boiled ginger water to drink. Master, should I bring some more sugar?" "Yes, go get it. Remember to bring the brown sugar." He glanced at the others and said, "If anyone is feeling unwell, you must tell us in advance. Don't drag others down with you when you die of illness." After he finished speaking, he turned around and left under the grateful and happy gazes of the people in the tent. He went to the next place, and after a while, someone would come and take the thermometer. Sinrinagin liked this feeling very much. Compared to other nobles or royalty, he felt that his slaves were the ones who were truly willing to do things for him. They were healthy and loyal, and when they worked, they could do too of the work of others. He was not afraid that a slave would accidentally run away. As soon as he left the tent, the other children in the tent stopped playing and gathered around the child with the thermometer. They tried their best to see what the thermometer looked like. The thermometer that was caught only showed a small part, and they couldn't see the whole thing. The children waited there, waiting for someone to come and take a look. No one dared to reach out and touch it. Even the child with the thermometer didn't dare to move. He sat there, afraid that he would break the thermometer. They all knew who Devilish Cuckoo was. From the stories that had been passed down, they felt that Wang Wan was amazing. How could something made by her family be bad? It must be very precious. The women in the tent all prostrated themselves on the ground, chanting their blessings to Sinrinagin. As adults, they could feel how good their master was to them. Other slaves weren't allowed to go out casually, but they could. As long as they finished their work, the rest of the time was theirs. Of course, they didn't have money to buy things when they went out, but it was good to be able to look around. Some people were lucky and could even find a temporary job to help carry things when they were out. That way, they would have money. They could secretly buy some things they liked and bring the rest back to their master. This kind of thing happened more than once or twice. Every time their master received the money, he would say that he would save it for when the time came to buy things and distribute them. This was what he said and did. All of Sinrinagin's slaves hoped that Sinrinagin could live a better life. That way, they could also live a better life. "Master, looking at the rain, it will probably rain until night. If we stay here all the time, won't it be a waste of time?" Sinrinagin asked his subordinate. He looked up at the sky and wiped the rain on his face. Sinrinagin was also worried. He originally planned to reach Jinchuan quickly. Once he was there, he wouldn't have to worry about being ambushed by others on the way. Now that Tubo was in chaos, there were many times when nothing happened in Lasau City. Once they went out, they might be robbed by bigger nobles. When the other party robbed them, they wouldn't say which part they belonged to. Therefore, many people who were robbed didn't know who did it. Even if more people wanted to find trouble with the other party, they couldn't find them. Sinrinagin knew that when he sold all of his land, others would definitely find out. He was worried that someone would rob him because he didn't have a good life. He originally planned to go all the way to Jinchuan City, but the weather seemed to be against him. It was sunny one moment and rainy the next. Especially today's rain. Looking at how cloudy the sky was, it probably wouldn't stop until night. The more Sinrinagin thought about it, the more worried he became. He ordered the people around him, "Hurry up and get ready to eat. After eating, be alert. If something happens, fight it out with them." Perhaps the more afraid something was, the more likely it was to encounter it. When Sinrinigan and the slaves were halfway through eating, the sound of horses' hooves and the sound of rain could be heard. They all had experience in this area. Immediately, some of them put their ears to the ground to listen. Some of them even used bamboo tubes. Sinrinigan's subordinates did the same. After listening for a while, they said to Sinrinigan with an ugly expression, "Master, there are about 400 horses. I think they are coming for us. They don't come with good intentions. Prepare to meet the enemy." Sinrinigan didn't have any other choice. He could only hope that the other party wasn't here for the slaves and goods. He knew that if the other party was here specifically for this, even though they had more than 1,000 people, they wouldn't be a match for the other party's 400 people. There were children and women among the slaves. They couldn't all participate in the battle. Besides, he was just a small slave owner. He didn't have many weapons. The other party came prepared. How could they not know? Sure enough, the sound of horses' hooves was getting closer and closer. The ground also trembled with Weiwei, but it was obvious that the speed of the horses slowed down. Sinrinigan had a crossbow in his hand, and after loading it, he was the first to come out of the tent, dressed neatly, and went forward to meet the enemy. The other side was riding on horses, and they were also wearing bamboo hats. They were not lacking koi raincoats, and were holding weapons in their hands. They were in the middle of organizing their troops. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Sinrinigan shouted at the other party. His voice wasn't loud, and because of the rain, the distance was not far. Even so, the other party could still hear him. "But Sinrinigan, we are here under orders. As for who gave the order, you don't have to care. Leave half of the goods and slaves, and you can go. Otherwise, we will kill you all and take away all the goods. Let your people put down their weapons." The other party also said. Indeed, they didn't say who sent them. They only said to leave half of the goods and slaves. Sinrinigan wasn't stupid. Looking at the other party, he didn't really want half of the goods and slaves. Otherwise, they wouldn't have caught up in the rain. Moreover, they came in such a hurry. If he really let his people put down their weapons, he didn't expect any of them to leave alive. With a decision in his heart, Sinrinigan nodded to the person next to him. That person immediately began to shout. A group of slaves with weapons in their hands came out of the tent. They looked forward one by one, ready to fight. At this time, Sinrinigan shouted at the other party, "If you want half of the goods and slaves, I won't agree. At most, I will leave 10% of the goods. If you don't want it, then come over." Sinrinigan felt that the other party was reluctant to fight like this. Otherwise, even if they won in the end, there would be a lot of losses. He estimated that the other party's master couldn't bear such losses, so he was prepared to use a small part of the goods to exchange for peace. This time, the other party didn't reply. Instead, they began to adjust their attack position. Some of the horses ran to the side, as if they were besieging. Seeing the other party's movement, Sinrinigan still insisted. At the same time, he rejoiced in the rain. Otherwise, the other party's cavalry would have an even more obvious advantage. Just when the two sides were about to fight, the sound of horse hooves came from another direction. The first group of people didn't dare to act rashly. They stayed there, waiting to see who was coming. After a while, the second group of people also arrived. They were also cavalry. This time, there should be more than 300 of them. It seemed that they didn't expect that there would be a group of people here. Seeing that the two sides were in a deadlock, they stopped to observe the situation. One of them came out and shouted to Sinrinigan, "Sinrinigan, leave all the goods and we will let you go." Sinrinigan suddenly found that he was in high demand. The two groups of people wanted to attack him, but he wasn't worried now. The people on both sides wouldn't reveal their true identities, so it was possible for them to cooperate. When the time came, one side would attack, and the other side would wait to take advantage of it. Therefore, the people on both sides wouldn't take the initiative to attack him. Sure enough, the two groups of people stopped there, guarding against each other. They wanted to attack but didn't dare. If they didn't attack, they could only stand there in the rain. After a while of deadlock, Sinrinigan shouted to the people on both sides, "How about this? I will give you 10% of the goods. Let's stop here today. When we set off tomorrow, you can continue to chase from behind. If you catch up, you will give me another 10% of the goods." Sinrinigan had no other choice. He knew that if he didn't give the other party something today, he wouldn't be able to leave in one piece. He would let the other party taste the sweetness first. As for whether he could catch up with them tomorrow, he didn't care about that for the time being. 10% of the goods was not a small amount. The other party should at least stay behind to guard it or transport it back. That way, the other party would have fewer people tomorrow. With fewer people, they wouldn't dare to directly use force against him. In 2 more days, they would reach Jinchuan. Even if they had to give away half of the goods, they would accept it. The people on both sides hesitated, not knowing whether to agree or not. It should be the people behind them who told them to take away all the goods. But since there were 2 wolves who wanted to eat a sheep, and they couldn't cooperate, this plan fell through. Sinrinigan didn't care whether it was still raining or not. He ordered the people to put away the tents and prepared to hurry in the rain. He divided the goods into 2 groups and left vigilantly with the group. The cavalry on both sides wanted to continue to chase, but they were reluctant to give up the goods. They were worried that the other party would chase and take the remaining 80%. They were also thinking about what they should do. While they were hesitating, Sinrinigan took the people and disappeared in the rain. "First, take this part of the goods back." The group of people who came first finally made a decision. They divided 100 riders to guard the goods, dismounted from their horses, and harnessed the carts. This was because Sinrinigan only left the carts behind, but not the animals. The remaining 300 riders stayed where they were. They didn't chase after Sinrinigan, but they also didn't leave. They just waited for the people who came later. The people who came later also helplessly ordered them to guard their goods. At this time, both sides found a problem, and that was, if the rest of the people really chased after them, they still wouldn't get any benefits. As long as Sinrinigan fought desperately, the people on the other side would first take away the 10% of the goods he just obtained, and then chase after them to clean up the mess. It was a very mysterious balance, which made both sides very depressed. Sinrinigan was also depressed. 20% of the goods were gone just like that, and they didn't even know who the other party was. Tomorrow, they would have to travel another day to reach Jinchuan. If they didn't do well, the other party would follow them again. Hurry up, it will be fine after we pass Jinchuan. Hurry up." Sinrinigan anxiously shouted to the slaves. The slaves knew what to do without him shouting. If they walked too slowly, it wouldn't be a good thing to be caught. Although they were still slaves, they were treated differently. Would other masters give them meat to eat? Would they give their children eggs to eat? One by one, the slaves rushed with all their strength. If the carts moved too slowly, they would push and pull them. At night, it was still raining. Some people had already fallen sick or tired. These people, including Sinrinigan, were all thrown into the carts and taken along with them. In the end, they had to travel for an entire night. The next day, they couldn't walk anymore. The rain stopped, and everyone started to eat. They didn't have time to cook hot food, only dry food, which they swallowed with cold water. The dry food was really good. It was not like the hard steamed buns prepared by ordinary people or the local food that was eaten by hand. Instead, it was a cake mixed with a lot of spices and meat. Since they were in a hurry, of course, they had to prepare the best food. Just as Sinrinagin and the others finished eating and were ready to continue, the two groups of people caught up with them again. However, there were fewer people. One side had 200 riders, the other side had 300 riders. When the two sides chased after Sinrinagin, they were also on guard against each other. Sinrinagin helplessly ordered the slaves, "Give me another 20% of the goods." The slaves began to move the goods. Who knew that the people who caught up first would say, "Not 10%, we want 20% today." "Yes, we want 20% too." The people on the other side also said. It seemed that the two sides had discussed it. 20%, 20% it is. Sinrinagin reluctantly agreed. This time the loss was big, and he didn't know when he could earn it back. The slaves sadly began to distribute the goods. Just as the other party was about to succeed, an eagle cry suddenly resounded from the sky. Two eagles were circling in the sky. At the sight of the two eagles, a person besides Sinrinagin immediately took out a tube from his bosom and said to Sinrinagin, "That's right. Master, when we came here, young Master Han gave me this. He said that if I saw the eagles, I should light it. They prepared it in advance. Should we light it now? It should be their eagles, right? Why didn't you say so earlier? Hurry up, damn it, 20%. That's not even 10%. Sinrinagin was like suddenly finding a clear spring after being thirsty in the desert for 2 days. He cursed and hurriedly asked the people around him to light the fire. He also quietly told the slaves to slow down. In fact, the slaves were already very slow. Who would be willing to give their things to others for free? They were there to pick and choose, keeping the valuable ones and giving away the worthless ones. As the fireworks rose into the sky, the two eagles let out a long cry, flapped their wings a few times, and quickly flew away. When the other two sides saw the situation, they knew that something bad was going to happen. The person who came first immediately shouted to Sinrinagin, "Hurry up, leave the animals behind. Don't try to delay, others can't manage here." The others he was talking about were naturally one of the Tang Empire. Everyone had tacitly agreed that the Jinchuan Empire would be in charge. This was not the other side, and they hadn't crossed the river yet. Okay, hurry up, you guys, leave the animals behind too." Sinrinagin cooperated and said. The slaves were not stupid, and they knew what their master meant. They moved faster, but the goods they moved became less and less each time. It seemed that they didn't waste time, but that was not the case at all. The people on both sides didn't dare to get closer to take a look. Once they did, they would not be cavalrymen, and their horses would become a burden. They could only wait at a suitable place for charging. Two people wanted to get closer to take a look, but they were stopped by Sinrinagin's people, who were afraid that they would come over and hurt their master. This delay lasted for more than an hour. Just when the people on both sides were impatient, the goods were finally loaded. Sinrinagin anxiously looked in the direction of the Jinchuan Empire. Seeing that no one was coming, he helplessly waved his hand, indicating that the troops should move. There was still some distance between here and the other side. Even if the other side sent people over, they couldn't arrive immediately. They still had to cross the river. Just as the team was about to set off, 8 eagles flew down from the sky. Every 2 eagles had a person under them. If one looked carefully with binoculars, they would see that the 2 people were holding a rope, and there was a person hanging from the rope. 8 eagles, 4 people, flew over just like that. The people in the sky had already taken out their binoculars and observed the situation from above. 2 people blew a few whistles, and the eagles flying with them gradually lowered their altitude. When they were dozens of meters away from the ground, one of the two people shouted to the people below, "Who dares to steal my wife's partner? Do you want to die?" In fact, he didn't know whether it was stealing or not. He just guessed and asked. The people who had just caught up with them became nervous when they saw the eagles and the people in the sky. They mustered up their courage and replied, "This is not the east side of the Jinchuan Empire. You don't seem to be able to control it. But you want to deal with our ally, so you can control it. Is that Sinrinigan prince down there? Take the goods and people and move forward. Let's see who dares to make a move." The people in the sky turned around and shouted to the people below. Sinrinigan let out a long breath and suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed, "Ha ha ha ha. Ally, I, Sinrinigan, will remember it. What are you waiting for? Take the goods and animals and move forward." The people above, they took 20% of my goods. Sinrinigan was very happy. He glanced at the people on both sides disdainfully and began to move forward while shaking his head. The people who caught up with them were dumbfounded. There was no need to mention the regret in their hearts. If they had known this would happen, they would have taken more goods last night. What should they do now? The question was whether to take the goods or not. The people in the sky were of course not afraid that they couldn't win. There were only 4 people in total. If they wanted to fight, they could easily kill Sinrinigan. There were more than 500 riders on both sides. But what should they do after they took the goods? The eagles could fly in the sky. If they didn't take the goods back, they could only wander around outside. Once they took the goods back, wouldn't they be exposed? At that time, Wang Wan could easily send troops again for revenge. The people in the sky didn't intend to let them go so easily. They shouted, so the Tubo people dared to attack our ally at will. "Good, I remember what you look like. Wait for my wife to bring the troops over and be questioned." Humph. Let's go. After leaving these words, the whistle sounded again. The 8 eagles took the 4 people and flew back. They didn't mention the 10% of goods that each of them took. He deliberately didn't mention it. It was just that Sinrinigan lost 20% of the goods. Now he finally found an excuse to go back and tell the young master and young lady. Whether the two of them wanted economic sanctions or military coercion, it didn't matter to him. 20% of the goods in exchange for such a good excuse was worth it. Seeing the eagles fly away, Sinrinigan was a little worried. He ordered the troops to hurry up and arrange the slaves with weapons to guard at the back. The 2 groups of people who caught up with them looked at each other. They were no longer as relaxed as they were at the beginning. They watched Sinrinigan's troops leave, but no one dared to chase after them. The 10% of goods that they took was also hot. The people who came later asked the people on this side, "Why don't we join forces and kill all of Sinrinigan's people? Anyway, we have already offended Wang Wan. Why don't we be straightforward? Okay, you go and kill them. I will cover." The people on this side agreed. "Why don't you do it? You have more people, so you should do it." The other side was not stupid. "Why don't we do it together? Together. Together. Then let's go." "Yes, you go too." Chapter 737. The road was still under repair. After rushing for half a day, Li Linfu finally arrived outside the Yamen of Baoxin County. He saw the newly built houses built by the relocated people. They were very good. He also asked the other people here. They said that after the road was repaired, all the houses in the county would be rebuilt after the autumn harvest this year. They had to be built the same and look neat. When Li Linfu arrived at the entrance of the Yamen, he deliberately looked at the notice of income and expenditure. The more he looked at it, the more shocked he was. As a registrar, he knew that the things on the notice of Baoshan County should be true. But why did they have to let the people know so thoroughly? It was like wearing only a thin layer of gauze that was not supposed to be seen by others. It was too transparent. If the officials in the county told the people about their plans in the future, then there would be no secrets at all. Li Linfu stood there and looked. No one paid much attention to him. There were many officials here to visit and learn. Who would care about him? After thinking about it, Li Linfu did not directly enter the yamen. Instead, he walked towards the place with the model. There were two important people there that he should meet, Bai Go and Yao Chong. He also wanted to take this opportunity to learn more. There were such models in the palace. If one day the emperor was happy and asked someone, he would be able to answer. When entering the tourist area, ordinary people did not have to pay the entrance fee. However, it was different for officials. Based on their ranks, each official had to pay 20 to 100 copper coins for the visit. This money was not taken for free. The people did not have to pay. They just wanted to see the excitement and novelty. However, when it was the turn of the officials, there were people here who specifically talked about the officials. For example, the population of a certain place, the degree of governance, and so on. The data given was very accurate. At the same time, the officials who paid 100 copper coins showed that their positions were important. There were also other things for them to see, such as the future development of various places and how to deal with disasters. 100 copper coins was really not expensive to learn such things. Li Linfu also paid 100 copper coins and let the tour guide him in. Along the way, he carefully listened to other people's explanations and tried his best to remember, afraid that he would forget. Just as his head was about to explode from memorizing, the tour guide suddenly said to him, "Lord Li, in fact, what I just said has already been printed into a booklet. If you want, you can buy it for 10 copper coins. There are a total of 6 sets, divided into 6 parts, and each set costs 10 copper coins. When the time comes, Lord Li can go back and read it easily." As soon as Li Linfu heard that there were 6 divisions, he understood that it should be one of the 6 divisions. As for why there were no 3 divisions, it was because his level was not high enough, so there was no need for him to understand. She glared at the tour guide in dissatisfaction and complained in her heart that the tour guide didn't tell her earlier. Her eyes hurt from remembering it. She said, "Give me one of each." "Is it thick?" "What's thick?" the tour guide asked in confusion. "Is the paper thick?" "It's not thick. It's all thin paper. If it was thick, it would be too heavy. Am I asking too much or not?" Li Linfu felt that this tour guide was a little stupid. "Oh, that's what Mr. Li is asking. It's not bad. It costs a lot of money, so it won't make much money," the tour guide replied. After hearing the tour guide's explanation, Li Linfu understood that the Zhang family and the Wang family probably made a lot of money from this information. How much would it cost to buy 6 servings for 60 copper coins? At most, it would be 20 copper coins or less. The rest of the money would be profit. Yes, that's right. With Zhang Xiaobao's calculation, he definitely wouldn't let go of such a money-making opportunity easily. As Li Linfu listened and walked, he relaxed and really felt that this model was well made. When he walked to the front, he saw many people gathered there. Some people even made friendly noises from time to time. Puzzled, he asked the tour guide, "What's going on over there?" "Nothing, just follow me. Mr. Bai and the others are telling a story over there. It's all fake. There's no need to go over." The tour guide signaled Li Linfu to follow her. Li Linfu came to see these 2 key figures and was counting on them to help him put in a good word. How could he miss this opportunity? He didn't care about the tour guide and walked over. At this time, Old Man Pai was telling the exciting part of the story. Old Man Chang had also changed 6 weapons. He was so tired that his whole body was covered in sweat. Someone beside him bought him a cup of good tea to drink. If you want to know what's going to happen, listen to the next segment. Old Man Pai was also thirsty, so he quickly stopped. He picked up the cup of tea and gulped down a few mouthfuls. At this time, he wasn't as elegant as he usually was when drinking tea. Is this Mr. Bai? This humble one is Li Linfu. I heard that Mr. Bai was here, so I specially came to meet him. Li Linfu first greeted Old Man Pai. He had already started to bow. Then, he greeted Old Man Chang and Old Man Yao. Although Old Man Chang didn't have much of a status, Li Linfu didn't have much of a status. Old Man Pai heard Li Linfu's self-introduction and knew who he was. Oh. So you're the registrar of Enchanting County. Good, you look like an upright person. Old Man Bai's words were very pleasant to hear. However, no one knew what Old Man Bai was thinking. Li Linfu didn't expect him to speak the truth. It was fine as long as he could achieve his goal. He said, Mr. Bai, you flatter me. This humble one doesn't have much ability. I just want to make the lives of the local people better, so I'm satisfied. Before this humble one came, I talked with County Magistrate Bai and put up a notice that I want to build a river for Baoxing County. However, this humble one heard that there was some misunderstanding between County Magistrate Feng and County Magistrate Zhang and County Magistrate Wang, so I had to come personally to mediate. After all, the 2 counties are adjacent to each other, so it's better to work together. After he finished speaking, Li Linfu looked at Old Man Yao. Seeing him look over, Old Man Yao followed his words and said, It's great that you can think this way. In the future, you have to put in more effort in the 2 counties. You said it was a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? It shouldn't be. Otherwise, why would Xiao Bao and Cuckoo ask Commandery Prince Tang and to build a workshop there? I'm overthinking. Since I'm here, I'll take a good look. As soon as Old Man Yao heard Li Linfu's words, he knew what he meant. He wanted the 3 of them to help mediate. How could that be possible? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already decided on something. If others could easily change it, then they wouldn't be the 2 of them. Seeing that the other party didn't admit it, Li Linfu had to tell the 3 old men everything that Feng Changgong said to him. After he finished, he showed a troubled expression and said, Mr. Bai, County Magistrate Feng already knows that County Magistrate Feng is wrong. As the saying goes, nothing is better if you can change. Why don't you give him a chance? After all, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are still young. Many things can be done in a short time. Why don't you 2 help to persuade them? Also, Uncle Zhang has to worry about it. This humble one wants to thank the 3 of you on behalf of the people of Enchanting County. There's actually such a thing. It'll probably be difficult. When have Xiao Bao and Cuckoo ever suffered such a loss? Let me think. How about this, you go and talk to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo first. Later, I'll help to say a few words. It's just a few words. I don't know if it'll work or not. Old Man Chang looked surprised. It was as if he didn't know before. Although he agreed, he didn't make a promise. Li Linfu, who knew that he couldn't be sure, had no other choice. He apologized and left. He went to the yamen to look for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. After waiting for him to leave, Old Man Bai and the other 2 found a quiet place to sit down. They asked someone to bring them good tea. As they ate their melon seeds and tea, they began to talk about Li Linfu, who had come over today. In my opinion, this person is 100 times better than Feng Changgong. He handles things properly and acts steadily. He's also a rare talent. It's a pity that he's still too young. He thinks that just because he has some ability, he can do everything well. How could Xiao Bao and Cuckoo help him? They've already agreed to Zhang Shuo and decided He Yiwei's position as the next official. Does Li Linfu think that he can change their minds with just a few words? Young, he's really young. Old Man Pai poured a cup of tea for Old Man Chang. He didn't care about Old Man Chang. It was a waste for Old Man Chang to drink tea. A little bit of jasmine tea would be fine. He evaluated Li Linfu. Old Man Yao also felt that this matter couldn't be done. He said, the most important thing is that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo want to teach Feng Changgong a lesson. After all, they're still young. It's easy for people to look down on them. If they don't teach Feng Changgong a lesson this time, there will be other officials who will dare to go against them in the future. In the past, Zhang family and Wang family were powerful, but that was their business. Now that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are officials, of course, they have to have their own prestige. Feng Changgong is the chicken that was killed to show the monkeys. It's a pity that he doesn't know it yet and bumped into the knife's edge. As for Li Linfu, I think he's a traitor and loyal person. If he's used well, he'll be very handy. If he's not used well, then he'll be a disaster. Sigh. At this time, Li Linfu, who didn't know that he was called a traitor and loyal person, came to the yamen. He said something to the yamen runner at the door and gave him his name token. Then, he went inside and waited. There was a room specially provided for visitors. There were tea and pastries in it. It was mainly for the people. The people couldn't just go to the drum when they had something to do. It was a tool for cases. At first, Li Linfu thought that it was a signing room. Later, he met two people sitting there and chatting in a low voice. Then, he realized that it was not the case at all. It was a very interesting room for the people to rest. Hearing their conversation, Li Linfu knew why they were here. They were both residents of Shangniu village, and they were also neighbors. They discovered that a small river in Shangniu village was blocked by mud, and there was also a piece of sandy land beside it. The two people wanted to clear the silt and get the silt on top of the sandy land. This way, they would have a good piece of land. However, they had to solve a problem. The sandy land was high. The villagers could clear the silt, but it would take a lot of effort to use water. They wanted to ask the yamen to lend them some money to build a water wheel there. In the future, they would slowly return the money when the land produced. Listening to the two of them discussing matters, Li Linfu found it even more strange. The people here were too bold. They actually came to the yamen to borrow money to build the water wheel. At the same time, he praised the people here for their ideas. If it were the people in other places, they could only watch as the land and river were built. After waiting for a while, Li Linfu didn't see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Instead, it was He Yiwei. He Yiwei had finished most of his work today. When he heard that there were people from Shangniu village who came to borrow money, he came to take a look. At the same time, he helped Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to pass on a message to Li Linfu. As soon as he entered, he saw a person wearing an official's uniform. He asked, "Lord Li, I am He Yiwei from Baoxin County. Registrar Zhang and Deputy Wang asked me to pass on a message. They said that they would like to invite Lord Li to rest at Fengwu Pavilion first. They have more important things to do. After they are done, they will come over and invite Lord Li to have a meal together. They asked the two of them to stay here. These are the names they sent back. They said that when Lord Li comes to the restaurant, you will be able to eat good food. They will only be free at night." Li Linfu originally thought that it was just an excuse. However, when he saw the names of the two people, he knew that it wasn't the case. He took the names and said, "It's my duty. The county affairs are important." Even though it was important, he didn't want to leave. He wanted to see if the two people from Shangnyo village could borrow money. It was the first time he met them, so he was curious. "Nyo De, Nyo Zhuang, the two of you want to borrow money." He Wei didn't chase them away. There was nothing that couldn't be told to others. Whoever was willing to listen could listen. It wasn't a secret that couldn't be known by others. He asked the two people who had already stood up. "Lord, you know us." Nyoda said happily. "Yes. A few days ago, the two of you came over to deliver coal. I asked the two of you before. How could I forget? I heard that your father is sick. I don't know if he is better. I am just too busy. Otherwise, I would have taken the time to visit your father." He Wei said politely. He didn't have any other skills, but he remembered people very well. As long as he met them once, he would know them the next time he met them. He then asked about Nyoda's father's condition. Nyoda was so excited that he didn't know where to put his hands. He grabbed his trousers and nodded. "He is fine. It's the same as before. It's all thanks to the doctor sent by the county." "Lord, you are a good official." "What's so good about that?" "It's just my duty." If you want to talk about good officials, you have to look at Registrar Zhang and Deputy Wang. They are the truly capable officials. He Wei was happy to be called a good official. He modestly gestured for them to sit back down. He also sat down and asked about borrowing money. "What kind of water well do you want to build? Can it be built there? How much will it cost? How long will it take to return it? I can't lend it to you just because you want to." "Lord, can we really lend it to you?" "As long as you answer, we can lend it to you." "How much will it cost?" Nyo Zhuang thought that he couldn't borrow money this time. This was the first time he thought of this idea. He came here with the idea of giving it a try. Li Linfu also looked at He Wei. He wanted to know from He Wei whether he could borrow money or not. If he borrowed money, he would be breaking the law. The government was the government. How could they lend money to the people casually? He Wei still had a calm expression. He said to the two of them, "You can borrow money, but you can't borrow from the government. The government's money belongs to all the people in the county, but it doesn't belong to any one of them. What if you can't return the money when they lend it to you? Even if you use the land as collateral, you can't do it. When the time comes, you still have to sell the land. There is an additional process. This is not an administrative action, but an economic action. Do you understand?" The two of them didn't know anything about administration and economics, but they understood that the government wouldn't give them money. They lowered their heads and didn't say anything. When He Wei saw the two of them like this, he continued, "The government won't give you money, but there are other people who are willing to. The government is willing to help you get a 3-year interest-free loan. You know about loans, right? There are loans in Shuzhou, Sanshui County, and Huaiyuan County. This money will be provided by the tourism model area. It's called Baoxin County Employment Assistance Fund. The government will be the guarantor. You will sign a document with this fund and put your fingerprint. If you can't return the money after 3 years, then your new land and water wheel will be taken back for the fund. There is no interest in agriculture, but if it's business, there will be a small profit. Then isn't this Jean guy stupid? He gave the money to others for free." Nyoda thought for a while and thought of the key point. If they weren't in Baoxin County, he would have thought that the county magistrate was lying to him. Li Linfu also thought so. Who would be so stupid to not give the money to others? He perked up his ears and listened carefully. He wanted to see how He Wei would explain. He Wei smiled and said, "How can they be stupid? If they take out this money, then whatever they do in the future, the county will give them priority. Originally, there was another point, which was to use the profits to offset the tax. However, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo rejected it, saying that it would be easy to be impeached. So, we changed the point, which is that the government will be the guarantor and open a bank for them. They won't collect taxes from them for the first 5 years. They will use this part of the profits to exchange for an interest-free loan. So, you have to make things clear. They need to do a risk assessment. If they think it's okay, they will lend you money. They will even send someone to guide you on how to do it. This time, Niu De and Niu Zhuang heard it clearly. They said that the loss of the Jean guy would be compensated on the other side. Regardless of how the government would compensate them, at least they could borrow money. So, Niu De began to talk about their specific plan and introduced the situation to He Wei in detail. Before he finished, He Wei interrupted him. It's not like that. There is a format. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are working on this. In fact, even if you didn't come today, you would see this message on the bulletin board at the entrance of the government office tomorrow. They said that they have used this method in other places before. That method can be used in emergencies, but it is not formal and needs to be specially proposed. You can either wait here or go home first. Come back tomorrow and fill in the form according to the format. They will send someone to take a look. It won't take long. Shall we wait? Niu De asked Niu Zhuang. Yes, sir. We will wait here. Niu Zhuang felt that he would not feel at ease if he did not tell them the truth. He chose to wait. Anyway, there was food and drinks here, which was part of the government office's normal reception fee. There was no need to rush back to eat. Li Linfu was also thinking about this matter. He was not like Niu De and Niu Zhuang, who did not care about long-term matters. He had a lot to consider. Would the establishment of this so-called fund be everywhere in the future? A fund with a bank. Then, there would be a bank in many places in the future. What were they going to do? A bank, as the name suggested, was a place to put money and borrow money. For example, flying money was used in this way, but it was not commonly used. Now, if ordinary people wanted to borrow money, they could not go to a place that specialized in exchanging money. Instead, they could go to a pawn shop. It seemed that this bank could provide a way for ordinary people to borrow money in the future. This matter was not that simple. There must be a deeper meaning. Since Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan brought it up, it might be a big matter. He had to tell the higher-ups as soon as possible so that they would not miss this good opportunity. Li Linfu thought. Now, he just faintly felt that this matter was not simple, but he could not pinpoint the specific details. Seeing that other people's matters were settled, he got up and left. He also asked when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would be able to settle the matter of the fund. He also came to take a look and did not have to wait in the Fengwu Pavilion. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were in their own room at the back, perfecting the loan matter. Because this industry was also a new one, they had to consider what should be considered, especially the bank. Once it was opened everywhere in the Tang Empire, it would not be as simple as helping people to exchange change or get money. It was not only money that could be exchanged for gold and silver, but also the function of lending and saving. Of course, it was easy to open a bank now. If people kept a lot of money here, not only did they not have to pay interest, but they also had to take out a part of it as a storage fee. If they could lose money, then the person who opened the bank was really an idiot. Wang Wan was thinking about it, and so was Zhang Xiaobao. Both of them had their own ideas. When the time came, they would integrate the advantages and disadvantages. After Wang Wan wrote a few lines, she asked, "You really don't want to pay interest to people who save money?" "Not now." We will talk about it after opening a few more banks. The advantage of not paying interest is that we can take less risks, but we can lower the interest in the early stage according to other places like this. It will be fine as long as it is very small. The disadvantage is that the speed of accumulating circulating funds is slow. If we give others interest instead of asking them to pay for it, many people will be willing to deposit the money in the bank. The more money we deposit, the more people will adapt to it. Then, we will have more funds to use. Zhang Xiaobao stopped writing and replied. I know. As long as there is no situation of a bank run, then a large amount of money will be ours. We can always use it without worry. The larger the base, the more stable we will be. I am afraid that someone will deliberately play tricks and deposit a large amount of money first, then withdraw a large amount of money in a foreign place. In that case, when we have insufficient funds in the early stage, there will be a shortage of funds in another place. But it won't do if we restrict the withdrawal of large amounts of money, because many people are like this. They are preparing to do a big business and are afraid that it will be dangerous to carry cash, so they spend a small part of the money in the bank. As long as it is cheaper than hiring bodyguards, then it will be profitable. Wang Wan frowned slightly. Who asked there to be no electronic business here? If there was, it would be good. Chapter 738. Even after an entire afternoon, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still unable to figure out how to operate a bank. For example, how to monitor their subordinates and how to prevent forgeries from occurring if they were to deposit and withdraw money from another country. In fact, the current communication conditions were even better. They could still cheat when they needed to, and they couldn't just rely on loyalty at this moment. The two of them decided to put aside the matter of depositing and withdrawing money. Instead, they planned to open a bank to provide small loans. After that, they started to deal with the funds. This was simple for the time being. With the two of them around, there wouldn't be any mistakes in their evaluation. However, that could be dealt with in the future. The only way to avoid risks was to intentionally lower the value of the other party's collateral. In fact, it wasn't much different from a pawn shop. Xiao Bao, I feel that there's a flaw in the current use of silk in Great Tang. To think that it can be used as a currency. Not only is the storage fee of silk high, it is also prone to spoilage. Silk should have depreciated as it is damaged, but due to the storage fee, it actually has to appreciate in value to match the value of the currency. This is especially so for the imperial court. In order to guarantee the value of the silk, they actually intentionally gave 200 copper coins during the exchange, using another currency to guarantee the value of one currency. If this continues for a long time, it will be troublesome. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao explained on the way to meet Niu De and Niu Zhuang. Zhang Xiaobao had long known about this matter, but he couldn't do anything about it. This was what the imperial court wanted to do. After hesitating for a moment, he said to Wang Wan, there are two ways to solve this problem. First, we can report the flaws to Li Longji. He should know about it by now, but we still have to insist on it and scare him. After that, we'll think of a way to prevent counterfeiting. In fact, there are counterfeits in any era. We can't always rely on the anti-counterfeiting technology of the currency and the user's understanding of the currency to solve this problem. We should do it from a system perspective. Of course, it's best to use electronic currency. This way, even ordinary people can avoid danger. What's the other solution? Wang Wan knew that the first solution was useless, so she asked about the second one. Zhang Xiaobao softened his voice. The second solution is for me to take action. Within 3 months, I will let Li Longji know the price of using silk as currency. Even something as durable as gold can still be used as currency, let alone silk. Right now, the Great Tang doesn't use much silver, and it's usually used for large amounts of currency calculations and official statistics. The normal currency used is brass and silk. If I were to attack it, silk would immediately become worthless. What do you think? What's this called? It's called the throes of reform. No, when the time comes, you won't just be impacting the currency itself, but the lives of the people. Whether it directly affects the money of the people or the merchants, in the end, it will all be passed on to the people. Tell me, how many merchants will go bankrupt if you attack them? How many people started their careers? And how many people have reduced the impact of currency shocks by squeezing their own workers? You should go and attack Tubo. The Great Tang is not allowed to attack, definitely not. Don't you have a gentler method? Wang Wan firmly rejected Zhang Xiaobao's idea. The current currency system was already unstable, and if Zhang Xiaobao were to make a move, it would be over. There was no need to doubt if Xiaobao could do it. It was too simple, and she could do it herself, just that the impact would be weaker. Then forget it, I'll think of another way. Gentle, right? The kind that moistens things silently. The problem is that the value of copper coins is too high now, and it's not the value of copper itself. After a gram of copper is made into a copper coin, the value produced can be equivalent to 2 grams of copper. That's why many people want to privately make copper coins. Also, some people look similar to the copper coins now, but they try to add other things or reduce the weight. This won't do. It's not like the Song dynasty, where copper was expensive and money was cheap. That's why many people melted the copper coins and turned them into copper to make things easier. Zhang Xiaobao was worried. It was all because the anti-counterfeiting technology was not up to standard. They had to first get something that others couldn't get as currency. The value of this currency was very cheap, and only this way could they reduce the impact of the currency on the market. Wang Wan also lowered her head. After a while, she said, "Why don't we try to make alloys? It would be great if we can refine oil into plastic. We can keep this technology a secret and draw patterns on the plastic. No one knows how to make money, so we can't fake it. As long as we have enough gold, silver, and copper, we can release currency. Once a new currency is released, what we need to consider is not the impact of the currency's value on the market, but the supervision. If the court is short of money, we can release a small amount of currency to make the currency depreciate slightly. In fact, there's no need to do that now. Only stupid people would do that. Looking at history, all the dynasties that did that were all finished. At most, we can borrow some money to pass the time. When the time comes, we can slowly devalue it. We can't devalue it twice or twice at once. Well, that's a dream. Let's first open banks everywhere, limit the amount of withdrawals, develop logistics, and let the money be sent to the place faster. When the time comes, we can cooperate with others to do business and let the upper bunks accept this currency. It's a mess. Let me think about it at night. It involves too many things. Zhang Xiaobao really couldn't think of anything, so he put it aside for the time being. At this time, 2 people came to the reception room. Niu De and Niu Zhuang had eaten a lot. They were holding their stomachs and had a look of happiness on their faces. It was very contradictory. He Wei was also holding a book and accompanying them at the side. Anyway, he had nothing to do, so he could rest wherever he went. It was a good opportunity for him to interact more with the people here and get familiar with them. Li Linfu was also here. He went to the Fengwu Pavilion and had a meal there. He couldn't stay there anymore. He kept thinking about the Employment Assistance Fund of Buxin County and wanted to know more about the bank. He wanted to know how to get more benefits from it and how big the impact would be in the end. Come, take 2 Dashin pills. If you eat too much next time, don't worry about it. Did you encounter something that doesn't cost you money? Zhang Xiaobao stood at the door and noticed the situation inside. He gave an order and then said to Niu De and Niu Zhuang. It's okay, it's okay. I actually had turtle soup for lunch. It's so nutritious, so I drank a little more. I also ate 2 more steamed buns. This turtle soup is really good. I haven't eaten it since I was young. The honest Niu De said while rubbing his stomach. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. He was the one who made the turtle soup and there was still a lot left. He was going to heat it up and eat it, but he didn't expect it to be moved here. He turned his head and looked at He Wei. County Magistrate He, Lord He, do you still have the seaweed and spare rib soup I made for Xiaobei? Yes, yes. I know you made it for Xiaobei. No one dares to touch it. That turtle soup is really nutritious. My body is still warm now. He Wei quickly replied. If there was a misunderstanding, Xiaobei would blink his big eyes and stare at him for a day. Zhang Xiaobao thought to himself, isn't this nonsense? Who would drink turtle soup in the summer? There's no ice basin in this house, only a fan connected to the top that doesn't turn at all. It would be strange if it's not hot. Niu De, fill in this form. If you don't know how to read, I'll explain it to you one by one. Oh, since County Magistrate He is going to explain it personally, then let County Magistrate He do it. Zhang Xiaobao retaliated against He Wei and brought over a set of forms. The contents were very detailed and needed to be filled in. Then he would send someone to investigate and see if he could provide interest-free loans to the other party. The matter of the bank was not mature yet, and there was no competition. Otherwise, he would add another condition, which was that the bank had to give money to the person who borrowed it in installments. Moreover, this person or a company could only choose their own bank to deposit money in. That way, the local government wouldn't have to give other banks other benefits. He Wei drank the soup made by Zhang Xiaobao, so he could only help. He took the set of forms and began to explain them to Niu De and Niu Zhuang. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't care about this matter anymore. After the two of them filled in the forms, they would send someone to take a look tomorrow. Facing Li Linfu, Zhang Xiaobao said, I'm really sorry to have made Lord Li wait. Why don't we go to the Fengwu Pavilion for a meal? Li Linfu had already leaned over to look at the forms. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he hesitated and said, okay. But I also want to learn about this fund. I wonder if Registrar Zhang can give me a set of forms as well. I'll think about it carefully. Maybe it can be used in Xiankai County. Li Linfu didn't introduce his official position. He believed that with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's ability, they would have already investigated his 8 generations of ancestors. As a neighboring county of Baoxin County, every move in Xiankai County couldn't escape Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's eyes. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and felt that this kind of thing couldn't be kept secret, so he nodded and said, okay, I'll go get a set. If there's anything that Lord Li doesn't know, you can ask during the meal. Wang Wan, who had looked at Li Linfu, felt that this legendary powerful person was just a so-so. She didn't see anything special about him. Moreover, everyone said that he was good-looking, but she didn't know who had such a bad view of beauty. He was just an ordinary person. He was just a bit more handsome, had a good temperament, spoke more elegantly, looked more pleasing to the eye, and acted more appropriately. Therefore, Wang Wan didn't talk to Li Linfu at all. She just stood beside Zhang Xiaobao. The three of them went out. Li Linfu ordered the people who came with him to find a place to rest. Then, he went to the Fengwu Pavilion again with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The three of them found a round table. There weren't so many horizontal and vertical bars to distinguish their identities. They casually ordered 2 dishes and asked someone to warm a pot of wine. The 3 of them began to eat. Li Linfu had just finished eating not too long ago, so he couldn't eat anything else. He just drank wine and ate some cold dishes. He didn't immediately mention Feng Changgong from Xayan Kai County to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Instead, he watched the 2 of them eat and pondered the meaning of the table. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were starving. Thinking about things took a lot of brainpower, so they didn't stand on ceremony with Li Linfu at all. They ate without holding back, smacking their lips as they talked. One moment, they would talk about this dish, and the next moment, they would talk about that dish. The things on the table were written very clearly. As long as one was literate and had some foundation, they could easily understand it. Therefore, Li Linfu didn't need to ask Zhang Xiaobao to understand it. There were a total of 6 pages of content. After flipping through 3 pages, Li Linfu wanted to find a topic to talk to Zhang Xiaobao. However, seeing the 2 of them eating like this, he could only hold back. He was more interested in the dish that the 2 of them were talking about. This couldn't be blamed on Li Linfu, because he didn't know how to cook. Occasionally, he would cook a little. It was okay for him to eat it himself. He felt that the taste was good, but when he asked others to eat it, no one said that it was good. The best comment he got was, "Okay, it's edible." At this time, when he heard the professional words of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he was very envious. He felt that it was a pity that the 2 of them were officials. They should be cooks. That way, many people could eat their fill. It was a pity that he didn't get to drink the turtle soup that Zhang Xiaobao personally made in the Fengwu Pavilion today. As for the taste, he could tell by looking at the appearance of Niu De, Niu Zhuang, and He Wei after eating. After eating until he was 60% full, Zhang Xiaobao stopped eating. He still wanted to drink some wine with them. After eating some cold dishes, he would be completely full. He let Wang Wan eat there by herself. Zhang Xiaobao poured himself a glass of wine and said to Li Linfu, "Lord Li, are you here to ask about the cooperation of the 2 counties? Lord Li is good. For the sake of the people, you don't care about the fatigue and come in person. Compared to that Feng Changgong, you are much better." Humph. After offending me and Cuckoo, Feng Changgong can't expect to have a good life. Not to mention that no one will intercede for him, even if someone does. Even if it is the Emperor, Cuckoo and I will ask clearly. When Li Linfu heard the first part of Zhang Xiaobao's words, he was very happy. He thought that he had a chance to intercede for Feng Changgong. When he heard the second part of Zhang Xiaobao's words, his burning heart became cold. It seemed that even the Emperor couldn't intercede for Feng Changgong. Then, he was not as good as the Emperor. If he continued, it seemed that he was deliberately looking for trouble. Shocked, Li Linfu couldn't help but have doubts about what he was here to do. This half-grown child was not only good at calculating money, he was also good at talking. With just one sentence, he had shut him up. Then, he looked at Wang Wan. She was still eating. She had already eaten 2 bowls of rice. How could she eat so much? In addition, Wang Wan didn't talk to him before. He guessed that it was impossible to make a breakthrough in this aspect. After thinking for a while, Li Linfu nodded and said, "That's right. If it were someone else who became an official in Baoxin County, I would have given up on this idea. But since you and Wang Wan are here to become officials, if I don't consider it carefully, I would be letting down the people of Xinsai County. I wonder if Registrar Zhang has any ideas to improve the lives of the people of Xinsai County." Seeing that Li Linfu didn't mention Feng Changgong, Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything else. He said to Li Linfu, "There is, but not now. We have to wait until the sesame and soybean plants are done, and the 4 workshops are fully operational. It won't hurt to talk to Lord Li first." The so-called service industry includes catering, transportation, entertainment, medical care, and so on. Even if Lord Li doesn't come, Cuckoo and I will send a letter to Lord Li and Lord Chui in a few days. Cuckoo, where is the written plan? Show it to Lord Li. Wang Wan put down her chopsticks and swallowed the food in her mouth. She took out a few pieces of paper full of words from her bag and handed them to Zhang Xiaobao. After glancing at them, Zhang Xiaobao handed the paper back. It's from Xinsai County. It's not from anywhere else. This is from Shannon East Road. Oh, I took the wrong one. Wang Wan took it back, glanced at it, and stuffed it back into her bag. She took out another one, looked at it, shook her head, and continued to take it. It took a lot of effort to find one. Seeing this, Li Linfu was anxious. At the same time, he was shocked. From Zhang Xiaobao's words just now, he knew that Wang Wan had many plans in her bag. The two of them were officials in Baoxin County. Why did they need to make so many plans for other places? If the officials of the places included in the plans knew about it, wouldn't they all come to Baoxin County? If they could get a plan and take it back, it would be a political achievement. How could the plans made by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan be bad? He thought that the two of them were busy and didn't have time to do other things. He didn't expect that they also made plans for many places. It was too scary. Yes, this is it. It's from Xinsai County. I put it in the compartment. Fortunately, I brought it with me. If I couldn't find it, I would have to go back and look through it to see if it was put together with the plan of Iluo. There are too many plans. I don't feel tired when working on them, but it's troublesome to organize them. Just when Li Linfu was surprised, Wang Wan finally handed a plan to Zhang Xiaobao. Hearing Wang Wan's embarrassed words, Li Linfu, who was holding the wine, couldn't help but tremble. The wine spilled. He thought that there were enough plans in the bag, but he didn't expect that there were more. It was a waste of talent for such a person not to be the prime minister. Zhang Xiaobao looked at it again and nodded. Yes, this is it. When we go back tonight, I'll organize it with you. We'll take out all the plans in the big cabinet and have someone make a cabinet full of small squares. We'll put them in order. It's best to make them better. We have to look at the plans of the prefectures. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to find them in a mess. After talking to Wang Wan, Zhang Xiaobao put the plan in his hand on the table and pushed it to Li Linfu. Lord Li, it's here. When I was working on it, I just thought about it. I haven't organized it yet, and I don't have any additional plans. Take a look and see if there are any omissions. We can discuss it slowly. There's no rush. This plan is a little rough. It's just a rough idea. Li Linfu took the plan and began to read it page by page. It described what kind of boxed lunches would sell well at the docks of Xinsai County, how to divert water to build a swimming pool, and how to provide massage facilities. It also described the suitable size of the docks. It also described the loading and unloading of goods according to the pulley blocks of the Little Luoshui docks. There was also how to build the road from the county center to the docks, how to build pavilions on the road, how to sell local specialties, and so on. There were a total of 22 pages, and the words were very small. This was the rough development plan of Xinsai County. It made Zhang Xiaobao feel that there were no additional plans and emergency measures, so he was too embarrassed to take it out. Li Linfu suddenly had an idea to end his life. It even included the words to put more green onions in the boxed lunches and to put them in when the pot was ready to be served. This was because boaters often came into contact with water, and it was very cold. If this was considered rough, then what was considered not rough? No wonder the emperor didn't allow others to impeach the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He only allowed civil and military officials to praise Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. If he had such a subordinate, he would probably do the same. What was there to be afraid of if there were some small problems? He could really be reassured when he made arrangements for things. Li Linfu carefully put away the proposal and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "This is just Registrar Zhang helping me. I wonder if there's anything I can do to help Baoxin County." A proposal was a political achievement, so Li Linfu had to lower himself to return the favor. "Cuckoo, take out the proposal for the cooperation between the two counties," Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan. Wang Wan suddenly froze and quickly rummaged through her bag. I didn't bring it. It should be with Jiangnan East Road. If it wasn't with Jiangnan West Road, it definitely wouldn't be with Huainan Road." "Ah. Officially, I'm sorry. I was in too much of a hurry today and didn't bring it with me. How about we discuss this cooperation tomorrow morning during breakfast? Officially, why don't you stay here tonight?" Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan helplessly and said to Li Linfu. Wang Wan pouted, feeling wronged. Li Linfu's desire to find the crooked tree with a rope became stronger. He forced a smile and said, Okay. I'll stay in Fingwu Pavilion tonight. I'll go find you tomorrow morning. Then Cuckoo and I have to go back. Bebe's arm is broken, so it's probably time for dinner. I have to go back and warm bone soup for her. This little sister is so troublesome." Zhang Xiaobao gulped down the wine in his cup, took a bite of the cucumber, and whimpered. Wang Wan also drank a mouthful of soup, wiped her mouth, and stood up. Li Linfu walked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan out of the restaurant. Then he stood there and looked at the red clouds in the west. He felt bored and turned back to the room he was in just now. He took out the Employment Assistance Fund form and the proposal for Xinsai County and looked at them a few times. He looked up and sighed, murmuring, "How can we compete? They seem to be good at playing tricks and doing things. I have to write a letter back to Beijing and tell them not to offend Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan." Chapter 739. I don't have any recommendations this week, so I'll have to rely on everyone. Xiao Bei, open your mouth and eat this bone marrow. A bone marrow went into Xiao Bei's stomach with a sizzle. Xiao Bei, eat some more kelp. I can't eat anymore. Then eat another bone marrow. Another bone marrow went into Xiao Bei's stomach with a sizzle. Do you want more? I want more bone marrow. Zhang Xiaobao fed Xiao Bei spoonful by spoonful. He regretted putting too little bone marrow and too much kelp. Whenever he fed his sister seaweed, she would say that she couldn't eat anymore. Instead, she ate bone marrow one by one. After eating all the bone marrow in the soup, Xiao Bei, who felt that she was not full, looked at the food in the bowl and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Brother, spare ribs." Zhang Xiaobao quickly peeled off a piece of spare ribs and stuffed it into Xiao Bei's mouth. He wanted to say something, but he felt that it was better not to give the child any pressure when eating, so he could only hold back his words of advice and said, "Xiao Bei, hold on for about a month and you'll be able to loosen the splint. Good luck." "Yes, good luck." Xiao Bei did not feel uncomfortable at all with her arms in a sling. Instead, she was a little happy to find that she could be fed by her brother. Then you have to eat more things that are good for your body these few days. I'll look for a dying cow for you tomorrow. I'll steam bone marrow for you the next day. It'll be spicy. Okay, I don't want it to die of illness. Do you still want to eat kelp? When Xiao Bei heard that she could eat cow bone marrow, her eyes lit up. She looked at the kelp that she had refused to eat just now and felt that she should compromise. It's fine if you don't want to eat it. It's already in the soup. Drink more soup. Then drink more soup. The kelp is slippery and not delicious. Xiao Bei opened her mouth and began to let her brother feed her soup. Wang Wan watched from the side and moved her lips. You're also exchanging benefits with your sister. Xiao Bei didn't like to drink soup in the past. This is called knowledge, understand? If you can't do it from the front, you can do it from the side. Zhang Xiaobao replied and continued to feed his sister. Take it all back. We don't lack food. Everyone take it back and keep it for yourselves. When Xiao Bei drank a lot of soup and was about to continue drinking, a loud shout from outside the courtyard. Brother, something happened. Xiao Bei held a spoon in his left hand and rummaged through the bowl to see if there was any bone marrow left behind. When he heard the commotion, he reminded Zhang Xiaobao. There was no need for Zhang Xiaobao to ask. The guard outside the courtyard came in to report. Young master, young lady, I don't know who spread the news of young lady Xiao Bei's injury, but everyone who heard the news brought their belongings and ran here to give young lady Xiao Bei to nourish her body. We couldn't stop them. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned for a moment. He put the bowl of ribs on the small charcoal stove next to him and pulled Xiao Bei out. Xiao Bei, go out and take a look. When we come back, we can drink again. Sure. Xiao Bei held his brother's hand and walked out with one arm in a sling. Wang Wan also brought the other little guys along. When they arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, Xiao Bei opened his mouth wide in shock and blinked his eyes. Wow! They're all here to see me. Zhang Xiaobao lived behind the yamen. This courtyard was also close to the back door. The road in front was wider, allowing 4 carriages to travel together. The road behind could only allow 2 carriages to travel together. At this time, not to mention carriages, even people couldn't squeeze in on this road. The commoners were all carrying things, and one couldn't see the end of the road. Some were carrying baskets of eggs, some were carrying a piece of meat, some were carrying half a fan of pork ribs, some were holding chicken legs, some were carrying live fish and prawns in wooden basins filled with water, and some were even holding a sheep's head. Among the sounds of cicadas, there were many children carrying cicadas in their pockets. There was a wide variety of things. Anything that the commoners could think of to nourish their bodies was brought over. Seeing this scene, Xiao Bei lowered his head and looked at his arm. He then glanced at the endless crowd and whispered to his brother, should I not have gotten injured? Yes, I think so too. Be more careful in the future. Zhang Xiaobao, who hadn't mentioned this during the meal, happened to mention it to Xiao Bei. At the front of the crowd were the children with physical advantages. When they saw Xiao Bei come out with his arms still in a sling, they thought it was very serious and immediately rushed over. A child who was about 10 years old but much shorter than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ran to Xiao Bei. His eyes turned red, and his nose was sour. He wanted to cry. He blinked his eyes hard and asked Xiao Bei in a small voice, does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. It hurt when I fell. Brother, it doesn't hurt anymore when you blow on it. Xiao Bei shook his head in response. Me and Ersha caught a lot of cicadas for you. Now you can only eat a small piece of meat under your arm. You can't eat anywhere else. Ersha, quickly take them out. The child said to Xiao Bei and then turned his head and shouted. The group of children all came forward and took out the cicadas from their pockets. Some people even took out straw baskets and asked them to put the cicadas in the baskets. They took turns to put the cicadas in the baskets. Although each child didn't catch a lot of cicadas, some only had a dozen, and some had dozens, there were too many of them. The baskets were half the height of a person, and the circumference of an arm's length were filled with cicadas just like that. It was as if the sky was falling down. No wonder Feng Changgong was against them. He was jealous. The crowd gradually dispersed. Xiao Bei, who had received many blessings, left the children who delivered the cicadas behind under the signal of his brother. He stood there and smiled at them. When almost all the people left, Zhang Xiaobao said to the group of children, "You guys skipped class, right?" Although they were about the same age, and some of them were even older than Zhang Xiaobao was tall and had an official position. His words made the children feel like they were facing an adult. They did not dare to answer and looked down at the ground. "If you all skipped class, the headmaster of the academy can't start classes." Ha ha ha. The children secretly laughed. Indeed, the headmaster of the academy would not skip classes when all the students were gone. Remember to study hard in the future. From today on, the Fengwu Pavilion will buy cicadas. 20 for 1 coin. Use your spare time to catch them and send them to the Fengwu Pavilion to sell. Buy something you like. When the other model of the tourist area is finished, a part of the money earned will be used to give rewards to those who study hard. Thank you for your relationship with Xiao Bei. We will accept the cicadas. Zhang Xiaobao took their things, so he naturally had to find a way to compensate them. He caught cicadas and sold them for money. A few days later, he would set up a small fund to encourage the children in the county to study hard. Xiao Bei also said gratefully. Then the children left happily. They would have an extra income in the future. "Brother, how do we eat it?" "It's scary." Xiao Bei looked at the cicadas in the basket and asked. Chapter 740. The water in the pond was like jade, steaming in the sun. Everyone was panicking. Last night, the stars were sparse and the moon was bright. An order was issued to the winged cavalry to travel together. For the sake of his brothers and sisters, Zhang Xiaobao temporarily put aside other things and ordered people to carry a basket of cicadas back to make snacks. He cut out the meat, soaked it in hot water, and then steamed it in a pot. After steaming for a while, he changed the pot. There were different things in the water in each pot. After steaming, he didn't put them in the sun or roasted them. He put them in a cool place and blew them with a fan. When they were half dry, he stir-fried them. After working until midnight, he finally finished making snacks for the cicadas. He asked people to send them to Xiao Bei and the others so that they could eat them early the next morning. "You're really my sister." I counted. You put in a total of 42 kinds of seasonings, including walnuts, fruit pulp, abalone, raisins, and so on. After taking them out of the pot, you picked out everything else and only left the cicadas. "Are you tired?" Wang Wan was reading a book while Zhang Xiaobao was making snacks. When she saw Zhang Xiaobao wiping his sweat, she said, "It's okay. It's late. Let's sleep." Zhang Xiaobao was indeed exhausted. That was 5 kilograms of meat. He didn't want to use a big pot to cook it, so he only used a small spoon and a small pot. He steamed it back and forth many times because the temperature of the small pot was easy to control. Wang Wan closed the book. "You're done. It's time to talk about business. What about Li Linfu? Should we let him stay for another day?" "Yes. If we don't, it will be inconvenient for Zhang Shua to make a move. Li Linfu is not an ordinary person. Cui Ri knows that he can't beat him. If we delay him for another day, it will probably be done over there." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he passed a plate of cicadas to Wang Wan. Wang Wan took one and threw it into her mouth. She tasted it carefully and said, "It's really good. It seems that you can achieve a breakthrough by using your skills on your brothers and sisters. Where are you going?" "Let's take a bath." It was late. Li Linfu, who couldn't sleep, pushed open the window in the courtyard of Fengwu Pavilion. He looked at the moon that was almost full outside and was still thinking about what he saw during the day. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't touched. What was the purpose of being an official? Some wanted to use their abilities so that they wouldn't be buried, some wanted to make money, and even more wanted to be recognized by the people and the imperial court. Local officials were recognized by the people, and that was also recognized by the imperial court. In the past, he had always heard that when Zhang Zhong left his post, the common people would empty the streets and send him off in tears. He had never seen such a scene before. Today, he finally saw it with his own eyes. It was enough to be an official. I wonder how Feng Changgong is doing in Kai County. I hope they are smart enough to not go against Cui Riji. Li Linfu thought as he reached for the teapot beside him. He poured himself a cup of water and drank it. He frowned, thinking that it was not as good as the tea served at the local yamen. He forced himself to swallow it, then turned around and held the proposal Zhang Xiaobao had given him in his hand. He read it under the flickering light. When the clock struck again, it was already 1 a.m. He pushed open the door and ordered, "Men, return to Kai County tonight. Stop anyone who tries to approach Feng Changgong's room." Someone in the opposite room responded. By the time Li Linfu turned around and closed the door, someone had already left. "Feng Changgong, oh Feng Changgong, you've gotten me into trouble. I really want you to see this incomplete proposal so that you know who you've offended." Li Linfu flipped to the last page of the proposal and memorized it. He lay on the couch and looked at the moon as he muttered to himself. The person who had just left the room came to the stable and found his horse. He flipped onto the horse and held the reins in his hand. He clamped his legs together and leaped out. Anxious, he was preparing to rush back to Kai County at night when there was no one on the streets. Who would have thought that after running for 100 steps, he would hear someone shouting in front of him, who is riding a horse at night. "Men, take him down." Following the voice, torches lit up in front of him. Looking over, he saw a row of yamen runners holding water and fire sticks blocking the way. "I am Lord Li, subordinate from Kai County. I have urgent matters to attend to in the county. Please make way." Wei Wei slowed down and shouted at the yamen runners. "Do you think I am just because you say so? I can also say that you're a criminal. Come down first and then we'll talk." Tripped the horse. The yamen runner didn't seem to have any intention of bending the rules. He shouted and someone pulled the rope from behind. Seeing this, the person on the horse sighed helplessly and stopped the horse. He flipped over and wanted the yamen runner to see his face clearly. Who would have thought that as soon as he landed, someone would cover his head with a sack? Then, someone used a rope to choke his mouth. Catch the criminal. Bring him back for interrogation. After the yamen runner said this, Li Linfu was tied up and carried away. The horse was also taken away. At dawn the next day, Li Linfu, who thought that nothing would happen in Kai County for a day or two, got up and washed up. He hurriedly ate breakfast and was about to go to the yamen to find Zhang Xiaobao when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived first. "Lord Li, were you comfortable in your new place last night?" Zhang Xiaobao asked with a smile as soon as he saw Li Linfu. Li Linfu also smiled. "Not bad. The Fengwu Pavilion is really good. I heard that Registrar Zhang's sister was injured and was about to visit when Registrar Zhang came personally. It was really abrupt. Children can't stay still. They only behave when they cause trouble. It's no big deal. It's just a small injury. Don't worry about it. It'll be good for them to remember." Zhang Xiaobao, who had been busy with his younger siblings until midnight last night, didn't seem to care at all. Li Linfu wanted to give him some money but suddenly remembered that he only had less than 100 copper coins on him. He couldn't take it out and could only say awkwardly, I came in a hurry and didn't bring a gift. I'll make it up next time. I'll definitely make it up. It's just a small matter. Lord Li, please take a look. This is the proposal for the cooperation between the two counties. If there are any omissions, I hope Lord Li can fill in a little. Zhang Xiaobao didn't expect Li Linfu to give him anything good. If he only gave some money, it wouldn't be as good as the cicadas the children gave him yesterday. He signaled Wang Wan to take out the proposal and handed it to Li Linfu for him to read. Li Linfu had been waiting for the proposal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed. He happily received the proposal and read it one by one. After reading a few proposals, he suddenly stopped and asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Why do you want people to plant 3 rows of willow trees by the river? Do you want to use the willow trees to make furniture? 3 rows of willow trees will take up a lot of land, even if it's by the river." What Li Linfu meant was to make sofas, tea tables, and other things. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family's furniture was famous for being good. There are additions at the back. First, protect the dike. If there is a rainy season, in order to prevent the flood from destroying the dike, plant more weeping willow trees to strengthen the dike. Secondly, it will allow the cicadas to find more places to live. Cicadas are not only delicious and nutritious, but can also be used to make medicine. Last night, when I made snacks for Xiaobei and the others, I felt that the cicadas were delicious. Cuckoo, please let Lord Li have a taste. Zhang Xiaobao explained this proposal. In fact, it was at the back of the proposal, but Li Linfu hadn't seen it yet. Wang Wan took out a paper bag from her bag and opened it for Li Linfu to eat. The translucent meat of the cicada looked very pleasing to the eye. Li Linfu picked one up and put it in his mouth. He smacked his lips twice and grabbed a few more. He kept eating, thinking that he couldn't blame He Wei and the 2 people from Shangniu village for eating until they were full. This Zhang Xiaobao's cooking was indeed extraordinary. The taste was fresh but not fishy, supple but not salty, tough but not bitter, sweet but not greasy. After eating one, he wanted to eat a second one. To be able to make this kind of food for Xiaobei, he must have put in a lot of effort. Just like this, his indifferent appearance just now was exposed. Li Linfu didn't say anything. Seeing that Wang Wan was still holding the paper bag, he took it all. "I'll eat it myself." Zhang Xiaobao, I didn't expect that your method is really not simple. I see cicadas everywhere. Don't tell me you want to plant more trees for them. Zhang Xiaobao saw that Li Linfu had snatched the bag away and disdained him. He said, "Times have changed. Today, cicadas are caught by children to eat. Adults usually don't eat them, just like silkworms. But in the future, there will be a special way to make cicadas. When that time comes, everyone will catch cicadas and every household will eat them. Not stopping for 1 year, not stopping for 2 years, not stopping for 3 to 5 years, not stopping for generations. Ha! Henceforth, the descendants can only learn about it from books." Their ancestors had a food that was delicious and could be used to make medicine. It was known. Today, no one knows about it, but it can be seen in paintings. This official has learned. Li Linfu understood. Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that the method to make cicadas would be spread out. When the time came, everyone would go and catch them. If all the cicadas were caught, the descendants wouldn't be able to see it. They would only know about it from paintings and books. Even if this was over, they should plant more cicadas and provide them with a place to live. Then he looked down and asked humbly if there was anything he didn't understand. Zhang Xiaobao's 2 sets of plans were not a lie. He didn't want to use a fake plan to deal with Li Linfu. That would be sacrificing the interests of the people. He couldn't do it. Wang Wan didn't say anything. She took out a small bag of cicadas and started to chew. When the plan was finished, it was almost noon. Li Linfu invited, "Why don't Registrar Zhang and Deputy Wang eat here?" "That won't do. Xiao Bei is still waiting to eat. I have to go back. Official Lik should go back with the two of us. After taking care of Xiao Bei, we can talk about it while eating. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaobao very straightforwardly refused. "Great." Li Linfu agreed. The three of them walked to the yamen together. Li Linfu had finished his cicadas. Looking at Wang Wan eating there, he wanted to ask for more but was too embarrassed to ask. He could only swallow his saliva secretly. The three of them arrived at the back of the yamen. Before they entered, the door was opened. When the servant of the Zhang family saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he was stunned at first. Then he said happily, "Little young master, little miss, you two came back at the right time. There is an official in the capital on a fast horse. He said that he wants you two to go to the capital immediately. Do you know when?" Zhang Xiaobao was puzzled. Why did he and Wang Wan want to go to the capital at this time? Moreover, they took the official route. Did something happen to his family? Replying to little young master, "I have asked. He said that the emperor is going to travel and wants you two to discuss it." The servant replied. Chapter 741. Thank you all for voting. Thank you so much. The title of the previous chapter was wrong. It was chapter 345. Li Longji wanted to go out and play, so he didn't forget to call Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan along. According to Wang Wan, Li Longji didn't really want them to pay for the trip. He just wanted them to follow him and see if they could come up with ideas when they arrived at Jinyang. Because of the sudden event, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't have much time to plan. Li Longji, who was supposed to leave in the first month of this year, decided to leave in the 8th month, when the weather was the hottest. It was already the end of the 6th month, so it was impossible to take a leisurely stroll to the destination. Zhang Xiaobao, who wanted to tell Li Linfu more details, had no choice but to quickly finish his meal. He excused himself from Li Linfu and sent him out. Li Linfu was envious. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were already so far away, but the emperor still remembered them and sent someone to deliver the decree. People like this who had a place in the emperor's heart would have limitless prospects in the future. After taking the proposal, Li Linfu was about to leave Baoxin County. Just as he was about to leave, the person he sent out last night was sent back by the county's bailiffs. The bailiff explained, "Last night, someone rode a horse in the middle of the night. We suspected that he was a criminal. After we caught him, the criminal arrogantly said that he was Lord Li's man. We thought that Lord Li wouldn't have such an arrogant servant, so we didn't believe him and planned to lock him up first. We were afraid that we would disturb Lord Li's rest in the middle of the night, so we didn't come to ask. Today, we carefully asked him again and felt that he wasn't lying. There were many things that matched up, so we sent him here for Lord Li to see. If we caught the wrong person, please forgive us." Li Linfu's heart skipped a beat when he saw that the servant, who should have returned to Xinsai County last night, was still in Baoxin County. He looked at the servant, who didn't suffer much but had a helpless expression. He sighed and said to the bailiff, "That's right. That's right, it's my subordinate. I didn't expect him to ride a horse in the middle of the night and be so arrogant. You caught him well. Let him remember this and quickly return to the team." The latter part of the sentence was directed at one of his subordinates. This person originally wanted to argue a little, but when he saw his master give him a meaningful look, he could only lower his head and enter the group. The yamen runners also went about their own business. Seeing the bailiffs leave, the person who was caught said to Li Linfu, "Sir, they are talking nonsense. Last night, I know. They didn't ask you carefully at all. They just wanted to catch you. It's not your fault. Feng Changgong is finished. I don't know if I can see him when I go back today. Li Linfu didn't need his subordinates to finish speaking to know what was going on. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan deliberately delayed him so that they could free up their hands to deal with Feng Changgong, who had begun to act foolishly. They could only depend on their luck. After giving the order, the team sped up, wanting to return as soon as possible to check on the situation. Feng Changgong, who was being targeted by Li Linfu, had already been arrested. His eyes were blindfolded and his mouth was gagged. He was put into a carriage and was driven to the capital. The county magistrate was also arrested at the same time. The registrar took out a token at the crucial moment and escaped the calamity. Woo! Woo woo! Feng Changgong, who was tied up, was lying in the carriage. When he saw that there was no one guarding the carriage, he twisted his body with all his strength and moved to the side of the county magistrate. He was making sounds from his mouth. The county magistrate was also thinking of ways to get rid of the rope. Together, the two of them finally bumped into each other. They rubbed against each other and broke the rope used to block the cloth around their mouths. After panting for a while, the two of them felt a little better. Quick, think of a way to break the rope on our bodies. We will take the opportunity to escape. Once we are detained in the capital, we will be finished. Feng Changgong continued to twist his body and ordered the county magistrate. The county magistrate, who was supposed to cooperate with him, didn't move this time. He lay in the carriage weakly and advised Feng Changgong, "Sir, it's better to stay here. If we go back like this, we may not be killed. At most, we will be exiled. If we really break the rope and leave the carriage, we may be caught again, and they will say that we escaped because we were afraid of being punished." The county magistrate was very clear-headed at this moment. Unlike Feng Changgong, who still had a fluke mentality. Since he was caught in the early morning, he understood that this time, he didn't need to count on others to help them. Surly, who was supposed to be able to protect them, went to Baoxin County and didn't come back yet. He probably couldn't help much. If he wanted to blame someone, he should blame Feng Changgong. He should have gone to Baoxin County himself, but who knew that he still didn't give up and prepared to make the last fight. Otherwise, how could Sir Li go there personally to ask for mercy? The more he thought about it, the more the county magistrate hated Feng Changgong. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have become what he was today. After saying a sentence, he closed his eyes and felt the bumpy carriage, wanting to sleep. Feng Changgong still didn't want to give up, so he said to the county magistrate, "You have to think carefully. If you don't run this time, you won't have a chance to run in the future. Now, most of the people who are escorting us are the government runners in the county. Once they meet with the people sent from the capital, they will be more strict. My Sir Feng, please don't hurt me anymore. I still have my family." Run? Where can I run? Even if the government runners in the county really listen to you, there are still people watching over us. At that time, the wanted poster will fall on my head. If I am caught again, it won't be as simple as being exiled. The county magistrate said to Feng Changgong with dissatisfaction. Right now, he really hoped that Feng Changgong wouldn't be able to breathe and suffocate to death so that he could vent his anger. Feng Changgong sighed and turned around. Looking at the roof of the carriage, he said, "When we get to the capital, you can't betray me. Now, let's compare our testimonies and say that we were also tricked by the dream-chasing Taoist." Of course, that's right. In order to not listen to Feng Changgong's nonsense, the county magistrate nodded and agreed. As for whether he could really say the same thing as Feng Changgong and not betray him, it was not clear. Outside the carriage, the people sent by Cui Riji had actually heard the movement in the carriage. When they heard that the county magistrate was against escaping, they felt a little regretful. When they came, they were instructed to create an opportunity for the two to escape and then seize it. At that time, even if they had reason, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves. In Enchanting County, Cui Riji was holding a big banquet, chatting and laughing with a group of people. Yesterday evening, the imperial court's decree had been quickly delivered. Prime Minister Zhang Shuo had personally given the order, asking Cui Riji to find a way to bypass Li Linfu, arrest all the people who should be arrested, and send them to the capital. But who would have thought that Li Linfu would personally go to Baoxin County? When he went to capture people at night, his subordinates wanted to stop him at first. In the end, they took advantage of the moment when their guard was down at dawn to capture people. Fortunately, Li Linfu didn't come back and didn't send people here. Otherwise, the resistance would have been very fierce. This humble official congratulates you on taking over. In the future, the county matters will depend on you. This humble official will propose a toast to you. The county magistrate surnamed Yen successfully took over after the previous county magistrate was captured. Of course, the accounts would continue to be investigated. The more problems he found, the better it would be for him. After the others heard Cui Riji's imagination for the future of Enchanting County, he flattered him. Cui Riji was in a happy mood. The three people in the county had been dealt with. Although the original registrar couldn't be captured, he consciously handed over the power in his hands. When Li Linfu returned, he would let Li Linfu take over. He wanted to see what Li Linfu could do. When he heard the flattering words of his subordinate, he chuckled and said, "County Magistrate Yen can't be left out of the county's matters. We must work hard together in the future." The other gentlemen and merchants who were invited also expressed their congratulations to the two of them. At the table, they talked back and forth. They tried their best to choose good words to say. As for the difficulties that the county might face in the future, no one brought it up. Just as they were eating at the most lively time and hadn't finished yet, Li Linfu hurried back. He didn't need to find someone to ask. The person who stayed behind to guard the county came over and told him what happened last night. In the end, he complained that Cui Riji used force on them. "Ah! Now that I know, the county will have a hard time in the future." Even though Li Linfu had thought of this a long time ago, he still felt very helpless when it really happened. After tidying up a little, he dragged his tired body to the place where Cui Riji was holding the banquet. Before he entered, he smelled the strong smell of wine and heard the sound of people slurping inside. Li Linfu calmed himself down and walked into the room. He cupped his hands and congratulated Cui Riji. "Congratulations, Master Cui. You have made a great contribution this time. Master Cui is indeed a good person. I just don't know if Master Cui understands that the crimes of others today may fall on us someday. When that time comes, will you? It doesn't matter whether you will or not. As long as you and I work with peace of mind, we will not let down the emperor and the people." Master Li must have had a hard time rushing back. "Someone, take away the wine and dishes on the table and serve them again." Before Li Linfu could finish his words, Cui Riji waved his hand and didn't let him continue. Then he ordered people to change the banquet. Seeing that things had come to this, Li Linfu also understood that if he continued to help Feng Changgong now, he could only put himself in danger. Looking at the people who were almost drunk, he didn't refuse Cui Riji's arrangement. He found a place to sit down and said to Cui Riji, "Did you use your own money for this meal or the money in the account?" Cui Riji, who was very happy at first, heard Li Linfu mention money. His face darkened like Wei Wei. Then he looked at the squires who were also looking at him with confused eyes. He snorted and said, "Today is the day when we take over, and it is a good day to get rid of the scourge for the people in this county." Let's not talk about other things. Master Cui is right. Then let's not talk about it. Can I also take over? Li Linfu heard Cui Riji's words and knew that he must have spent the money in the account. He was secretly happy and asked about taking over. Cui Riji still had to check the account. He thought that if he let Li Linfu take over now, the account would be handed to Li Linfu. If Li Linfu wanted to cover up for others, it would be difficult for him to take care of it. So he said, Master Li just came back. You are very tired. Why don't you have a good rest today and take over tomorrow? Chapter 742. In Baoxin County, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finished telling stories to their younger brothers and sisters and arranged for them to take a nap. Then, they started to discuss their trip to Beijing. Zhang Xiaobao was worried about his sister Xiaobei's injury and didn't want to go. He said to Wang Wan, do you think it's okay if we refuse? Okay, if we refuse, Li Longji won't be able to say anything. But why should we refuse? Let He Wei take care of the affairs in the county and train him. That's a good idea. Wang Wan didn't expect Zhang Xiaobao to not want to go to Beijing, so she asked in confusion. It's all because of Xiaobei. If we leave, what will happen to him? She'll go with us, but her arm is injured. She's young, so the injury isn't serious. She'll be fine when we get there. They can also go and see a new place. They've never been to Jinyang before. When Wang Wan heard that Zhang Xiaobao was worried about Xiaobei, she immediately said that she wanted to bring her younger brothers and sisters along. She didn't care about the number of people. She thought that even Li Longji couldn't refuse. Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything immediately. He sat there and thought for a while. Then, he said, fine, I'll listen to you. Bring Xiaobei and the others along. Tell He Wei not to agree to anything from the people in Xinsai County so that he won't be cheated. This way, we can leave and let them fight in Xinsai County first, so that we won't be involved. Then it's settled. I'll ask someone to arrange it right away. We'll take a boat around the county. It's less bumpy, and Xiaobei and the others are used to taking boats. They're not afraid of seasickness. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao had changed his mind, Wang Wan got up and went out to arrange it. Zhang Xiaobao sat in his chair and didn't move. He looked at Xinsai County, smiled, and muttered, you guys go ahead. We'll talk about it when we come back. The news that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were going to leave did not spread, so the people in the county did not know. He Wei, who knew about it, anxiously found the two of them and said to them, if you leave, what will happen to the county? We'll do what we did before and what we'll do after we leave. If Lord He has a good idea, you don't have to worry. As long as it's not for your own benefit, it's fine even if you make a mistake. However, you have to be careful of Li Linfu and Cui Riji from Xian Kai County. If they come to discuss something with you, don't agree so easily. Zhang Xiaobao really didn't think that Baoxin County still needed to make any arrangements now. As long as they continued to do as they were now, they would be able to change from Zhongxian County to Shangxian County after the autumn harvest. After explaining to He Wei, he was ready to let him handle all the matters in the county. Alright, I'll try my best not to think too much about it. Let's stabilize this place first. He Wei looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan enviously. While he was happy that they were personally invited by the emperor to accompany them, he also thought of himself. After He Wei's matter was resolved, Old Man Pai and the other two who also knew about the news also came over. They wanted to go with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not agree, they really couldn't go. The emperor did not ask for them. As a result, the group that wanted to leave became larger. When Xiao Bei heard that they could go to another place, he happily said that he could go because his arm was fine. After waiting for 2 days, when the weather was good, when night fell, Zhang Xiaobao and the others set off. This was done to prevent the people from sending them off after they knew about it. The only person who stayed was Erniu. He still had to play games with the people from the Four Seas Academy and delay the energy of the people from the Four Seas Academy so that they could not be busy with other things. The sound of cicadas kept ringing, making people feel even more uncomfortable in the already hot weather. Li Yu, who had already drunk 3 bowls of iced sour plum soup, looked at the sunlight outside, narrowed his eyes, and ordered, "Someone, go find those people who came last time. It's time to continue the discussion today." The servant outside the door nodded and hurried to find those people. Li Yu poured himself a bowl of sour plum soup and drank a big mouthful. He let out a long breath and said to himself, "Fortunately, I went to Xinsai County and met Zhang Xiaobao. Otherwise, I would have been deceived." Humph. Each and every one of you has guts. Do you really think that I won't dare to deal with you with my identity? Li Yu's servant quickly found the people Li Yu wanted to meet in a restaurant in Changning County. He told them that he would go back first and asked them to hurry over. There were a total of 6 people here, and they hadn't had a good time recently. Originally, they thought that they could easily sign a contract with Li Yu and then make a lot of money. Who would have thought that just as Li Yu was about to agree to it, he would run to Kai County. When they came back and discussed the matter again, the share for their side became 10%. At first, they agreed that each side would pay 50,000 strings of cash, so the total would be 100,000 strings of cash. Together with the 25,000 strings of cash, they would get 40% and the other side would get 60%. Then, they could ask for shares in technology and management. That way, they could get another 10%, turning it into a 50-50 split. However, the business channel would be controlled by their people in the end, and the other side could not immediately get shares to share the dividends. They had to mine 25,000 strings of cash first. However, when Li Yu came back, he said that the accounts could not be calculated like that. The land fee was considered as a share of 25,000 strings of cash, but the mining was considered as a resource. If they wanted to add in, they had to first ask for how long they would mine and how much iron and clay they would mine. The money that could only be earned in the future would be directly converted into shares. When they had mined enough, if they cooperated again, the shares would be distributed again. As for the employment of the people, it was a matter for both sides, not Changning County. After all, the people provided the labor force. The model should be purely commercial, not a mixture of administrative and economic cooperation. I originally thought that the Marquis didn't know anything. Now it seems that he isn't simple. I just don't understand why he changed his mind when he was about to agree to something when he went out to find someone to invest in it. He showed us 50,000 strings of cash, but the contract isn't easy to negotiate. A person from the Millennium Chamber of Commerce said. President, could it be that someone gave him the idea after he went out? According to the news from the Four Seas Academy, he met with his brother by the river in Xinsai County that day. Rumor has it that he also met Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan from Buxin County. If they gave him the idea behind the scenes, it would not be easy to fool him. Another person said to the person who spoke earlier, emphasizing Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. As long as one was observant, there was no one who did not know of their reputations. Of course, if one had not fought with the two of them, they would not be able to experience their legendary abilities. Hearing this, the other 4 people also remembered. The president said helplessly, "It's all because the news came too late. If it had come earlier, we could have asked Li Yu when we met last time. Today, he asked us to go over. I guess he wants to make a final decision. I don't know what he will agree to." As he spoke, the president stood up, tidied up his clothes, and walked out of the door. The other 5 people looked at each other and followed behind. However, everyone's faces were not as excited as when they first came. Instead, there was a trace of worry. Li Yu did not wait for too long. The 6 people from the Millennium Chamber of Commerce came to the yamen. Li Yu received them in a pavilion in the courtyard with a pond. After the 2 parties sat down in the pavilion, Li Yu asked someone to serve tea. The president of the other party spoke. "Mr. Li, what do you think about the construction of the workshop in the county?" "We went back and discussed it. We said that we would use the land to calculate 25,000 strings of coins, and then dig out 50,000 strings of coins. Our skills and management would only take up 25%, which is really too little. In that case, in the end, we would only take up 75% of all the shares including our skills and management and 50,000 strings of coins. Lord Li, can we discuss this matter further? Otherwise, the money we invested will not be worth it. How about this? Let's not take a share of the 50,000 strings of cash that we will be collecting. Our technology and management, together with the 50,000 strings of cash that we invested, will take 50% of the shares. When it's time to mine, we will set up a special mining workshop. You will use the local resources to take half, and we will use the mining technology to take the other half. This is the idea of the 2 chambers of commerce. Or rather, the 2 transactions will be separated and settled separately. The workshop we worked with before will buy from the place we came later. This way, we can be considered to have a good deal. Otherwise, you will be using goods that have not appeared to exchange for our current shares. This is unfair to us." After the president finished speaking, the others nodded, indicating that this was how it should be done. Li Yu was happy. Although he could not agree, he could gain benefits from several negotiations. That was, the shares of the land had been determined. The other party did not object to using the occupied land to buy shares. At first, the land and mining were considered as one share. Now that it was divided, there was more profit. Seeing the 6 people looking at him, Li Yu nodded, shook his head, and said, "President Tian, how about this? Let's not talk about the mining of resources. Let's talk about the former. In the future, the county will set up a special resource mining chamber of commerce. When the time comes, we will directly buy from the workshop we worked with. I promise you that at the same price, you will have the priority to buy. If you think that the land will take up too much of the shares and you will lose too much, then take it out and use the workshop we worked with to rent the land from the county. We will share the cost of this." The 6 people of the Millennium Chamber of Commerce frowned at the same time and analyzed this matter. After a while, President Tian asked, "Does it mean that we will only cooperate with Tao and Tai's workshop directly, and we will have to buy and rent the land and mining separately? In this case, how much of the shares should our technology and management, plus the 50,000 strings of coins, take?" "You only took out 50,000 strings of coins. You can't take half, right? But I still feel that something is wrong. How about we discuss it?" Chapter 743. The moment Li Yu left, the 6 of them began their discussion. They were prepared to be more forceful today, thinking that Li Yu would take a step back for the sake of the locals. But when they were forceful, Li Yu did take a step back, but in a different way. "President, from the looks of it, we have a lot of shares in our partnership with Li Yu. Even if we only take 10% of the shares in terms of technology and management, we can still get a total of 55% of the shares if we control the sales channels. But why do I feel like there's something wrong with doing that? It seems that we are the ones who will lose. It's much worse than what we planned at the beginning." A white-haired person in the Chamber of Commerce analyzed to President Tian. President Tian was much smarter than this person. After he finished, he said to him, "Of course we will lose because the cost of the products we produce has increased. We have to pay part of the cost of the mines and part of the cost of renting the land. In the end, all of the money will go into Li Yu's pocket. He may have less shares, but his income has increased. He used us to take an extra 5% in exchange for 2 direct benefits." After hearing the president's words, the white-haired person understood. So this was what he felt was wrong. He sighed and said, "This Li Yu is not easy to deal with. Should we change to another place?" "How can we change to another place? This Changning County is the best. If we change to another place, other officials will dare to cooperate with us like this. Li Yu's status is different. Even if he loses in the end, he can take responsibility. Other officials won't dare to." A pockmarked face person next to the white-haired person rejected the other's suggestion. "Then what should we do to take advantage of him? Should we just fake the accounts and the sales channels to get back the losses?" Another person couldn't think of a way, so he asked someone else. President Tian shook his head and said, "We can't fake the accounts. I think Li Yu will send people to follow us. If he really finds out, he can deal with us directly. Now we think that he is afraid of losing face and can't use force to threaten us. That's why we want to cooperate with him." This time, the 6 of them were silent again. They drank cup after cup of tea. When they felt that the tea was tasteless, President Tian said to the other 5, "Actually, it's not like there's no other way. There's another good idea. We can learn from Li Yu and separate the sales department. We will use technology and 50,000 strings of cash to exchange for 55% of the shares. Li Yu will take 45%. When the products are produced, we will sell the part that we sell. As for the dividends, we will only share the part that is produced and sold. As for how much the sales are, won't we still earn it ourselves?" As expected of the president. "Good idea. I think this method will work. Once we continue to invest the money we earn, we can squeeze Li Yu out of the market bit by bit. Or, once the contract is signed, we can transfer the money directly." Xiao Bai slapped his thigh and praised President Tian. President Tian stroked the short beard under his chin and nodded with a smile. He said, "There's another important point. Once the people in Changning County have work to do, they will rely on us. When the time comes, we will have the technology and can directly threaten the local employment situation." Yes, we have the technology. But President Tian, we don't have any good technology. The pottery is still the same. We just hang some other things outside at the end. If we put iron shavings inside, it may not be able to be burned out." Xiao Bai thought of the most important point. They didn't have any technology. Otherwise, they wouldn't think of making money by cheating. The person next to President Tian laughed and said, "As long as we work on the appearance and matching packaging, it will be fine." The furniture of the Zhang family and the Wang family is good, but it's not that other people can't make it. They created their own brand and put anti-counterfeiting on it, making people feel that using their things is noble. We can also learn to do it. What's more, the pottery in a place looks the same. Other people can't learn from other pottery. I think this is a good idea." Everyone discussed for a while, and 2 hours passed just like that. As expected, Li Yu wandered back. Looking at the expressions of the 6 people, he said with a smile, "Have you thought it through? How did the discussion go?" President Tian took out the method that he had just thought of. He wanted to use technology and 50,000 strings of cash in exchange for 55% of the shares. After that, the 6 people looked at Li Yu. They didn't know if he found the problem and if he would agree. Li Yu ordered someone to change the tea. He pretended to hesitate for a moment before nodding. Alright, I agree to this. However, I will let others mine the clay and iron ores. Since you are in charge of managing them, you will be the one to negotiate the price with them. Renting the land is simple. You will have to pay the same amount of money for 1 mu of land for a year. After all, 1 mu of land needs to be deducted, which will affect normal agricultural production. It's very cheap. At least 1 mu of land needs to be rented for 10 years. In other words, we will jointly pay 10,000 strings of cash. There is another very important thing. Since our business requires transportation, we have to build a road in the county first. We have to build a road that can connect our workshop to the outside. In order to save money, many places need to be built in a straight line. That way, we will have to compensate for the land. I have calculated that it will be about 5,000 strings of cash. Another thing is the river. Our county doesn't have a big river, but the neighboring county has each one. The workshop can't not use water. It will cost about 25,000 strings of cash to bring the river over. We will still pay for this, but the land won't be considered as land use fees. After all, it can be used for irrigation. Let's talk about this first. If possible, I agree to only ask for 45% of the shares. The money is ready. I just need you to sign the document and I will hand it over to you. However, you have to send someone to keep an eye on the account book. What do you think? After Li Yu finished speaking, he leaned back in his chair and picked up the teacup to drink leisurely. He was very happy in his heart. He thought to himself, little guys, you come here to scheme. You don't even know who I am. If I am really tricked by you, how can I raise my head among my brothers? This is only the first step. Wait and see. There are many ways. That was Zhang Xiaobao's idea. When the people from the Millennium Chamber of Commerce heard Li Yu's words, they were happy. When they heard the whole story, they finally knew what Li Yu was planning. He wanted them to take out 20,000 strings of cash for Chongning County's local development. Li Yu's expression changed. Chairman Tian hurriedly waved his hand. Lord Li, this is not good. If we do this, we will be wasting money. Although you will also take out 20,000 strings of cash, it is not a normal business to take out so much money. Oh, that's right. Then let me ask you. You told me before that you would make a profit in 1 year, recoup your capital in 2 years, and double it in 3 years. Is that true? Li Yu asked. Of course, it is true. The main thing is that the first year needs to be used to create a brand. If we work harder and produce the products this year and create a brand, we may be able to double it by next winter. We have underestimated the ability to make money. Chairman Tian promised again. Then it's settled. We need to pay taxes for our business. How about this? The county will exempt the production and sales of our workshop from taxes for 10 years. According to what you said, the tax exemption is quite high. However, your independent sales department also needs to pay taxes. I will find someone to mine there. Yes, it's a good idea. But your independent sales department also needs to pay taxes. Unless you were lying to me earlier, there's no way you'll be able to earn that much money. Otherwise, you can calculate how much less tax you'll have to pay according to the development you've described earlier. Not to mention 40,000 strings of cash, you can even get 10, right? Seeing that the other party admitted, Li Yu made things easier. He gave them a chance to calculate the profit and promised to exempt them from taxes. They would use 40,000 strings of cash in exchange for 10 years of tax. So this is what he was waiting for, the 6 people of the Chamber of Commerce thought at the same time. When they looked at Li Yu again, they felt that Li Yu was not an official sitting opposite them, but an old fox who was good at calculating. His calculation was too good. The one with the white hair couldn't help but ask, Lord Li, did you meet Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in Xinsai County? How did you know? We just had a meal together. My brother is building a workshop with them. Otherwise, where would I get so much money? Li Yu pretended to be surprised and asked, then explained how he got the money. The 6 people understood. No wonder Li Yu seemed like a different person when he came back. As expected, he had received advice from Zhang Xiaobao. His opponent had changed and he couldn't act like before. Even if it was just rumors about how powerful Zhang Xiaobao was, he still had to be on guard. The 6 people looked at each other and didn't know what to say. Do you still want to discuss it a little more? Then, this official will take a look at the front. Li Yu put down his teacup and asked. Seeing the change in the expressions of the 6 people, Li Yu felt very comfortable. Now they knew who was behind this, right? Even if they don't want to do it, they can't. I raised all the money here. If they don't do it, wouldn't they be playing with me, a marquis? Hearing Li Yu's question, President Tian gritted his teeth and said, there is no need to discuss it. We will do as Lord Li says. We agree to the tax exemption for 10 years. That's good. I will order someone to write the document. If you feel that there are no omissions, then sign it. Li Yu really didn't care what the other party was up to. Even if there was something that Zhang Xiaobao didn't tell him, he could just ask Zhang Xiaobao again. Soon, the document was signed. There was no supervision, so each side held a copy. Chapter 744. After the people from the Millennium Chamber of Commerce had a meal with Li Yu, they were personally escorted to the yamen by Li Yu. As he watched the 6 of them walk toward a house that was going to be sold, Li Yu looked at the darkening sky and muttered, I'm finally a proper county magistrate. Sir, aren't you afraid that they're lying to you? I don't think they're good people. They signed the contract too quickly. One of Li Yu's advisors didn't know about this before. Li Yu had just found him from somewhere else. It was said that he didn't do well in the imperial examinations, but he was very good at other things, especially economics. It wasn't until Li Yu signed the contract with the 6 people and called him over to drink with them that he found out what the person he was supposed to be assisting had done. There were too many people earlier, so he didn't ask. Now that there was no one around, he reminded him worriedly. Little worm, do you feel uncomfortable that I didn't tell you about this in advance? Don't worry, other than this, I'll ask you about everything else in the future. Li Yu said to his advisor. I don't dare. Sir, you must have thought things through. Besides, it's my first time here. There are many things that I shouldn't know. The advisor had indeed thought of this before. Why didn't he discuss it with him? Was it because he wasn't good enough? If that was the case, why did he ask him? Now that he saw Li Yu speak so calmly, he was slightly moved. He hurriedly denied it vaguely, letting Li Yu know that he had thought about it and giving Li Yu a way out. Li Yu didn't care about what the advisor thought and explained, I don't think you can interfere in this matter. You just want to persuade me not to cooperate with them, right? That's right, the advisor replied calmly as well. Then how will this county develop? The people who came up with the idea behind the contract were Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. If it weren't for the fact that I have a good brother who's familiar with them, they wouldn't care about this matter. That's why I must cooperate with the Millennium Chamber of Commerce. Li Yu told his advisor about the source of the idea. When the advisor heard this, he was puzzled at first. Then, his eyes widened and he asked in disbelief, Sir, are you talking about Zhang Xiaobao from the Zhang family in Sanshui County? The one who went to Jianan Circuit? That's right. What's wrong? Are you unconvinced? Do you think you're better than him? Li Yu asked. No, my lord, with him around, you really don't need this lowly one. How could this lowly one dare to refuse? This lowly one once played a game of Monopoly with the young master of the Zhang family, and couldn't even last 2 hours. I wholeheartedly accepted my loss. If Milord is looking for him, then you can rest assured. When it comes to economics, no one dares to surpass you. I really don't know what to say. Sir, can you find an opportunity to let me see him again? I've been studying economics very hard recently, and I want to get some pointers from him. The advisor shook his head repeatedly. He was Xiao Chong, the one who Zhang Xiaobao once said could last for 6 hours. This time, he came here with Zhong Gang. Zhong Gang didn't join Li Yu's side, but was busy doing business in the capital. It was Xiao Chong who gave him the idea. After knowing who helped him behind the scenes and gave Li Yu the idea, all of Xiao Chong's arrogance disappeared. Those who hadn't faced Zhang Xiaobao before wouldn't be able to understand that formless pressure. Xiao Chong was convinced. He looked at Li Yu with reverence. Someone who could ask Zhang Xiaobao to help him couldn't be weak. This time, the one who was shocked was Li Yu. He stared at Xiao Chong for a while, then said, "You actually competed with Zhang Xiaobao. Ha 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 ha, did you feel very wronged when you lost?" "How do you know, sir?" Xiao Chong was indeed very wronged back then. Of course. Zhang Xiaobao's methods are not simple. Come, follow me. I'll let you see what Zhang Xiaobao's plan is all about. If the people from the Millennium Chamber of Commerce really do business properly, and they really do make a lot of money, I'll also exempt them from taxes for 10 years. If they dare to have any bad ideas, I'll make sure they don't leave. Li Yu pulled on Xiao Chong's sleeve and walked into the room, talking as they walked. When Xiao Chong heard that he could personally see Zhang Xiaobao's plan, he was so excited that he trembled. He raised his other arm and wiped the sweat from his forehead due to excitement. He said, "I believe everything you say, sir. The young master of the Zhang family is indeed like this. When you fight, you give others a chance first. If they don't accept, then they will face an overwhelming attack. President, if we sign the contract like this, won't we lose a lot of money?" After buying a house in the county, the 6 people from the Millennium Chamber of Commerce first returned to the restaurant. The house needed to be renovated before it could be lived in. Now they had to stay in the local area, so they couldn't continue to live in the restaurant. As soon as they entered the restaurant, the pockmarked man asked President Tian. While President Tian was busy with other things, he was also thinking about the contract. When he heard the question, he asked back, "Can we not sign it?" Li Yu raised a lot of money. If we don't sign it, we'll be cheating him. For people like him, face is very important. We won't lose anything if we sign it. At most, we'll take out 40,000 strings of coins first. Of which, 10,000 strings of coins will be used to buy things. Come, look at the contract again. What does it say? The other 5 people came over to look. The contract said that the first party was the Millennium Chamber of Commerce, and the second party was Li Yu. At the same time, there was a position of county magistrate. The 5 people looked at it for a while but couldn't see anything. They turned to the president in confusion. Seeing that the 5 people couldn't see anything, President Tian smiled proudly and said, "Look here. It says that the Millennium Chamber of Commerce, which cooperates with Li Yu, is the first party. If we do business in Changning County, we'll be exempt from the annual tax. Do you see? 10 years, but it doesn't say that we'll be using clay and iron to make things. In other words, we can do other business in our name. In this way, starting tomorrow, we'll find other local businessmen to cooperate with and do business in our name. We can save half of the tax. We don't need to spend a single copper coin. We just need to use our name. Is it really written like this? That's great. Is Liu a fool? No wonder the president asked us to read it word by word. It turns out that he thought of this. A person in the Chamber of Commerce stared at that line and said in surprise. This time, he really admired the president. No wonder the president agreed so quickly. Amazing, just using his name to cooperate with others, he could earn half the tax of other people's transactions. President Tian smiled reservedly and waved his hand. It's just a small trick. Even if Liu finds Zhang Xiaobao, what can he do? Others are afraid of Zhang Xiaobao, but I'm not. Humph, when we find a businessman tomorrow, you can find someone to spread the news that Liu found Zhang Xiaobao. In the end, the Millennium Chamber of Commerce took advantage of the loophole. So, when it comes to economics, no one can avoid failure. Every time you suffer a loss, you learn a lesson. President, do you really want to do and say this? I'm afraid that Zhang Xiaobao will come to deal with us after he knows. His family has a lot of money. If by any chance, he borrows hundreds of thousands of strings of cash from Liu, we won't be able to make money from the clay business. The person who spoke just now asked worriedly. What are you afraid of? If he really dares to invest so much money, then we can use some tricks when we manage it. The contract doesn't say that we'll only make money, right? How can we make money just because we take out money? Do you understand? President Tian explained. I understand. President is really smart. Xiao Bai gave a thumbs up and praised. Xiao Chong, who had followed Liu into the room, first read the contract carefully. Just as he was about to look at Zhang Xiaobao's plan, his eyes landed on the clause that the Millennium Chamber of Commerce had mentioned. He was stunned. Suddenly, his expression changed. He said to Liu, Sir, there's one clause in the contract that's not easy to deal with. It's the 10 years tax exemption. What if they use this as an excuse to work with the local businessmen to avoid paying taxes? Liu continued Xiao Chong's words. That's right. What should we do? Xiao Chong saw that Liu could say it out loud. He shouldn't have written this clause. Liu didn't answer him. He took out Zhang Xiaobao's plan and threw it in front of Xiao Chong. Look at it yourself. Tomorrow, come with me to find a place to build a road and dig a river. This rundown county doesn't even have a big river. I originally wanted to make more money to build one, but now I don't have to. Xiao Chong carefully picked up Zhang Xiaobao's plan and flipped through it. The next day, the sky was high and the clouds were light. The sun came out early and shone on the earth and the people and things on it. Liu led his men to the restaurant where the Millennium Chamber of Commerce stayed. He ordered people to invite them in to discuss the road construction. As soon as they went up, the people from the Millennium Chamber of Commerce came down. However, there were only 3 people, not 6. The other 3 were nowhere to be found. Surly woke up early. We were going to find you at the Yamen to discuss the road construction. We didn't expect you to come here personally. People always say that you're good to the people in the county. When we first came, we didn't think so. Now we believe it. Chairman Tian greeted Liu. Liu looked around. Where are the other 3? They're busy with other things. The Millennium Chamber of Commerce doesn't just do business. Since we're in Changning County, we naturally have to help the economy. Sir, you don't have to worry about them. Chairman Tian said casually, as if he really didn't have anything to do. Liu nodded happily. Good. It's best if we can cooperate with the local merchants. Let's go. The group talked as they got on the carriages and horses. They went to the place where they wanted to build the workshop. Liu wanted to put the workshop in the center of the county. This way, the roads on both sides of the county could be repaired. At most, he would have to pay more money. Liu wanted to find a place close to the border. He wanted to save as much as possible. Both sides gave their reasons and argued non-stop. It was almost noon when they finally chose a place that was closer to the county in the east. There was a river there, so it would be convenient for transportation. Chapter 745. Seeing that the three of them had returned with many contracts, Chairman Tian smiled in relief. He turned to Liu, who was still looking at the terrain. Lord Li, actually, it's okay to build more. After all, people who do business have a conscience. If they can do more good for the people, they should do more. Really? Liu didn't expect Chairman Tian to be so easy to talk to. He was wondering if he should add more money. For people like him, no matter how much money he had, it was better to build a good reputation. If he didn't have money, he could ask others for money. If he really couldn't do it, he still had an adopted elder brother. Seeing Chairman Tian nod with a smile, Liu said happily, "Good, I like businessmen with a conscience. Making money is one thing, but you can't just think about money for the sake of making money. You should at least think about the people, like Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Oh, let's not talk about them. They are officials. For example, between the clouds and the water, they are doing very well." Chairman Tian could earn more money now, so he naturally wouldn't refute Liu's words. Between the clouds and the water was still owned by the Zhang family and the Wang family. What was the difference? As he followed Liu forward, he gave a look to the people beside him, indicating that they should go out and take a look. He then whispered to the person closest to him. "There are no more businessmen in this county. We can go to other counties to take a look. Lure them here and reduce the tax. For example, 30% or even 20% is good. The more prosperous the county, the more they earn, and the more money we will have. Chairman, I'll go arrange it now." The person who received the order agreed and found an excuse to leave. He hired a carriage and rushed to another county as fast as he could. Liu pretended not to notice their little tricks. Xiao Chong also turned a blind eye. He now admired Zhang Xiaobao even more. The proposal had already mentioned this point. It could be said that he had foreseen the enemy first. While they were looking at the terrain, the Yamen of Changning County posted a notice. Regardless of whether they could read or not, they should come closer to take a look. Those who could read would have to explain it to others. A large group of people had gathered at the spot closest to the entrance of the Yamen, which was used to post notices. A man dressed like a scholar stood at the front. The people around him gave up their spots to him as a sign of respect. No one squeezed past him and waited for him to read the words on the notice. This county has issued a new regulation. Those who are required to pay taxes and refuse to pay with any excuse will be forcibly collected by bailiffs. Depending on their attitude, they will be punished by 3 to 5 times the amount. I hope that all merchants in this county will remember this. That's it, just this one. It was also a kind of honor to be respected by so many illiterate people. Of course, it depended on the place. If it was in Sanshui County, no one would need him to read it. If it was in Sanshui County, no one would need him to read it. If there were children at home who had studied in school for 2 years, they could just bring them out. The people thought that it was a big deal, but when they saw that it was only for merchants to take the initiative to pay taxes in time, they were very disappointed. They sighed and dispersed. Chairman Tian, how about we go from here to the river? There are several small rivers in front of us that can be connected. It will be convenient to use water when the time comes. It won't be troublesome to make the rivers wider. Liu led the crowd to another place. He looked around and took out the map in his hand. After carefully comparing it, he said to Chairman Tian of the Qianshi Chamber of Commerce, Chairman Tian still had a reserved smile on his face. If Lord Li says it's okay, then it's okay. The map in your hand seems to be more detailed than the one used for the game. Can I have a look? When Chairman Tian agreed, he glanced at the map in Li Yu's hand and found that there was something wrong with it. He also wanted a copy. Li Yu quickly closed the map and refused directly. No, even if I show it to you, do you really dare to look at it? This is a military map. Of course, it's detailed. After all, I'm also the military secretary of the province. That's why I have a map. Li Yu found an excuse for himself. In fact, he didn't have a map. In the whole Tang Empire, there were only two places that had a proper military map. One was the palace in the capital, and the other was the Zhang family and the Wang family. It was good enough that Zhang Xiaobao gave him a copy of Changning's map. Even so, this map lacked notes. For example, when the horses walked on a certain place, whether it was difficult to walk, or what materials could be used when climbing a mountain. These were all missing. When Chairman Tian heard that it was a military map, he really wanted a copy. However, he didn't dare to. Why would a businessman want a military map? Chairman Tian nodded regretfully and didn't mention the map again. He continued to wander around with Li Yu. 2 days later, where to build roads and where to open rivers were all discussed. The people of the Qianshi Chamber of Commerce immediately transferred money and hired the local people to start working. This time, the people also knew that there was a chamber of commerce called Qianshi. They worked together with the county magistrate to do good things for the county. The Chamber of Commerce was good, but the county magistrate was better. Without the county magistrate, the Qianshi Chamber of Commerce wouldn't have come. In order to encourage the people to be more active, the Yamen posted a notice. It said that the idea of building roads with the Chamber of Commerce was proposed by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang, one of the Zhang family in Sanshui County. It asked people not to worry. Many people didn't know who the Zhang family in Sanshui County was, but the businessmen who had traveled the north and south knew. They bragged to others during meals. This time, the people knew that the Zhang family was very powerful, and their children were also very powerful. Wherever they went, they never did anything wrong. They were good to the people, good at making money, honest officials, and rich officials. Yes, rich and honest officials. It was a magical combination of words. Knowing this, the enthusiasm of the people rose. They all signed up to build roads. Li Yu also followed the methods of the Zhang family, Wang family, and his brother. He used the money from the cooperation with the Qianshi Chamber of Commerce to pay the people. He was also responsible for a few meals a day. He also worked in shifts during the day and at night. Just when everything was going well, rumors started to spread in the county. Whether it was the tea house or the pub, many people were saying that the powerful Zhang Xiaobao of the Zhang family was at a disadvantage this time. The plan for Li Yu was wrong, and the people of the Qianshi Chamber of Commerce took advantage of it. They cooperated with the local businessmen to avoid paying taxes. This kind of rumor caused the people to lose their confidence in Zhang Xiaobao. At the same time, it also caused the people to dislike Qianshi Chamber of Commerce. This was because Li Yu had been imitating Baoxin County for the past 2 days. Every day, he began to explain in detail to the people how much money the Yamen had, where it came from, and what to spend it on. He emphasized that the tax revenue would help the Yamen and the people in the county. After the transparent financial report was made public, the people hoped that the Yamen would have more money. This was because there were subsidies for the poor and all the houses in the county would be renovated within 5 years. Everyone was waiting for the Yamen to take out more money to help them repair their houses. After all, there was a lot of money now, but a portion of it was not for the county to use directly. It had to be handed over to the county. This was not Li Yu's fief, and he did not have any fief yet. Therefore, a part of the money could be kept in the county. More of it would be sent to the capital and rent. Even if there were some fools among the commoners, they could not resist the explanations of the smart people. They said that if the Millennium Chamber of Commerce did this, they would be able to make money and the yamen would not be able to collect taxes. The more merchants they contacted, the poorer the county would be. The Qianzhi Chamber of Commerce, who had just spent money on roads and rivers, became a profiteer in the eyes of the people. They were not good people. At the same time, they were disappointed in Zhang Xiaobao. How could such a powerful person lose to others? Chairman Tian did not expect things to turn out like this. In the beginning, Li Yu did not disclose the finances of the county. How could the people know how much money the yamen had and what it was spending? If it was not disclosed, no matter how much the Chamber of Commerce did, the people would not know. Now, the good reputation that they had paid a lot of money for was gone. Chairman Tian had no choice but to find Li Yu and say, officially, can you stop the announcement every day? It is not good for the people to know too much. The people can do what they want, but they can't be made to know. Stop. Why do we have to stop? It's not a secret matter. This official believes that I am honest enough as an official. There's nothing that cannot be told to others about the matters of the yamen. Also, what you said was wrong. If the people don't understand what the officials want to do, how can the people wholeheartedly support them? Li Yu did not have any room for discussion. He explained the situation in Baoxin County to Chairman Tian. As long as the people understood what the officials wanted to do, they did not have to worry about not having enough people. The people in the county would follow suit. Just thinking about it made him excited. Chairman Tian felt that Li Yu did it deliberately. He thought that Li Yu knew that the Qianzhi Chamber of Commerce was cooperating with other merchants, but he found that the contents of the contract could not be changed. He could only silently endure it. However, he was not satisfied, so he came up with this idea to make the Qianzhi Chamber of Commerce lose its good reputation. Thinking of this, Chairman Tian said, officially, if the Qianzhi Chamber of Commerce's reputation is ruined, the people will not be willing to hire. How can we do business then? Don't worry. As soon as the workshop starts construction, I will come immediately. It has been 8 days since we signed the contract, right? Li Yu promised. Then, he suddenly said something that made President Tian confused. Yes, it has been 8 days. In a few days, the workshop will start construction. Officially, does the number of days have anything to do with the workshop? Chairman Tian asked in confusion. It has nothing to do with that, but it has something to do with the tax. According to the regulations of the county, merchants can delay paying the tax for 10 days. If they do not pay after 10 days, the punishment will be heavy. These days, no merchants have paid the tax. I am worried about them. Li Yu looked at Chairman Tian meaningfully and explained. Chapter 746. President Tian, come and take a look. Here are some maps with pottery. Which one do you think is the best place to dig? I'll send people there and these 3 iron mines. Li Yu didn't care what President Tian thought. He took out a map of Changning County and showed it to President Tian. President Tian was still wondering why Li Yu wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he talked about taxes. Didn't he know that merchants who cooperated with the Qianzhi Chamber of Commerce didn't have to pay taxes? After being asked by Li Yu, he realized that it was a military map. He took a closer look and was disappointed. It turned out to be a game map. After looking at the map, President Tian chose a place that supplied pottery and an iron mine. He didn't care much about the quality. The main reason was that these two places were close to the workshop. Judging from the current situation, the Qianzhi Chamber of Commerce would have to repair the road to the place that supplied pottery and ore. He could save some money by choosing a place that was close to the workshop. Well, President Tian, choose these two places. I'll have people arrange it in a while. The charcoal used for pottery will be supplied by a special chamber of commerce. President Tian, you can rest assured. Li Yu circled the two places on the map and said to President Tian, there's one more thing. There will be many craftsmen from the capital who specialize in pottery. They have nothing to do with you. When you see them, don't think that I'll find other people to compete with you just after signing a contract with you. There's no such thing. If there are really powerful chambers of commerce that want to do the same business in the future, I'll be partial to you under the same conditions. After all, I've invested a lot of money here and I don't want to lose it. Well, it's almost noon. Why don't you stay for a meal before leaving? President Tian was stunned again. He knew that Li Yu didn't want to have a meal with him and asked out of courtesy. It was nothing. After all, it was a meal. Perhaps Li Yu was unhappy because of the taxes. But what did he mean by many craftsmen from the capital? And what if he was partial to the Qianzhi Chamber of Commerce under the same conditions? Would he be partial to the other party? President Tian, who couldn't calm down, had to ask when Li Yu was about to send him off, Lord Li, what are the craftsmen doing? Could it be that there are other chambers of commerce that have taken a fancy to this place? Craftsmen. Those are the most outstanding craftsmen of our great Tang. After they finished participating in the competition in the capital, some of them were willing to stay behind and were arranged to live here. This place is close to the capital, and they don't do business here. Instead, they occupy a place here to study and improve pottery. As for the other chambers of commerce wanting to invest in the same business as the Millennium Chamber of Commerce, there was no such thing. I was just saying. If someone really came, I couldn't just drive them away. It was just like the restaurants in the county. Once there was a restaurant, there would be no one else in the county that could open a restaurant, right? President Tian, don't worry. I still have the same idea as before. As long as the conditions are the same, you won't suffer any losses. At the same time, I also guarantee that no matter how rich the person is, even if it's the Zhang family and the Wang family, I won't cooperate with them. Li Yu explained the situation to President Tian. Chairman Tian couldn't figure it out for a while, so he could only reply, okay, then I'll go back now and finish the work of the workshop as soon as possible. Take care. Come, see the guest out. Li Yu stood up and escorted Chairman Tian to the door. He had the servants continue to escort him out while he returned, sat down on a chair, and spoke to the screen. Little worm, you can come out now. Did you see President Tian's expression just now? I saw it. He probably won't be able to sleep well tonight. Milord, are you really going to punish the merchants who worked with the Millennium Chamber of Commerce? At the very least, they'll have to pay 3 times the tax, and at the very most, it'll be 5 times the tax. If you punish them all at once, they'll lose money from the business they did a few days ago. Little Worm worriedly asked as he came out from behind the screen. Li Yu nodded seriously. Punish them. If they don't, the merchants will think of ways to evade the tax. This official wants the merchants of the county to know that if they want to make a fortune, they should do business properly. Don't always rely on crooked methods. If they're really capable, they can learn from the Zhang family and the Wang family and come up with more strange things. Seeing that Li Yu had made up his mind, Little Worm didn't try to persuade him anymore. However, he muttered in his heart, if all the merchants can be like the Zhang family and the Wang family, the Tang Empire will be bustling. Every day, we'll see many new things that we've never seen before. Just as Little Worm had said, Chairman Tian began to feel restless the moment he returned to the house. He felt that the hot weather was unbearable, and that the chirping of cicadas was too noisy. He didn't like anything he saw, and even drinking water tasted bitter. One of the people from the Chamber of Commerce who went out came back. When he saw Chairman Tian, he asked with concern, "Chairman, did you talk to Li Yu? He's willing to take down the announcements every day." "Take down what?" "That's Li Yu's way of proving that he's honest." "How can he take it down?" Chairman Tian fiercely shouted at the person who came back. The person was stunned. He carefully observed Chairman Tian's expression and asked cautiously, "Chairman, are you in some kind of trouble? Why don't you tell us? We can think of a solution together. We're in big trouble. I don't know what Li Yu's intentions are. First, he asked me how many days have passed since the last contract was signed. He specifically said that there are still 2 days left. If the merchants don't pay the taxes, they'll be punished. I can't think of any other methods." Chairman Tian tried his best to calm down. He told the person beside him one thing. The person who came back didn't say anything, waiting for the chairman to continue. The second thing is that he wants many artisans from the capital who specialize in pottery. They're the ones who stayed from the capital's craftsman competition. They should all be quite skilled. They're not here to do business, just to study. However, who can guarantee that they're really like this? There are already quite a few artisans here. If they join us, no matter how we use special methods to make people think that it's a new technology, they'll be able to figure it out. The third thing is that Li Yu mentioned that if a new Chamber of Commerce comes, as long as they want less benefits than us, he'll be willing to support them. I don't know if it's because someone wants to come or if he's just threatening us. Tell me, with 3 things in a row, which one of them can make people feel at ease? If Li Yu really finds a few more chambers of commerce to do the same business as us, that kind of competition will be the most uncomfortable. After Chairman Tian finished speaking, he felt a little better. He picked up the herbal tea on the table and poured it into his mouth. He looked at the person beside him, waiting for him to speak. The person who just came back was also frightened by Chairman Tian's words. He whispered, "Chairman, why don't we stop cooperating with other merchants?" "Is this what Li Yu meant? Are you stupid? Right now, we're cooperating with other merchants. Everything is according to the contract. Even if Li Yu isn't happy, as long as he still wants some face, he won't use other methods to deal with us. Once we stop cooperating with other merchants, how will other people see us? Are they afraid? Are they not capable enough? Or do they know that they've done something wrong and take the initiative to correct it? No matter what, it's not good for us. Even if we have to endure it, we have to endure it." Chairman Tian considered many things, but he couldn't solve them even if he said it out loud. He could only wait. 2 days later, the weather was a little gloomy. The wind was still strong, blowing from the southwest to the northeast. The people who had set up stalls outside knew that it was going to rain. They all packed up and found shelter from the rain. The shops with houses didn't need to. Shun Feng Pastry Restaurant was one of those shops. Usually, business was good. Normally, taxes were paid every half a month. It was a fixed amount, unlike some merchants who paid according to the quantity of goods. The owner of Shun Feng Pastry Restaurant was surnamed Wang. His name was Wang Sunfeng. He had named the restaurant after himself. Today was the day he was supposed to pay his taxes. Because according to the half-a-month period, it was just right. He had delayed it for 10 days. But he wasn't worried at all. Even though the waiter had already warned him not to offend the yamen, Wang Sunfeng still felt that he should wait and see. Hurry up. It's going to rain soon. If the stalls outside can't sell, there will be more people coming in to eat. If anyone dares to slack off, I'll deduct their wages. Looking at the sky outside, Wang Sunfeng was very happy. There were fewer competitors now. If it could rain until night time, his income today would be equivalent to 2 days of good weather. Just as he was feeling happy, 2 bailiffs from the yamen came. They knew each other. One of the bailiffs sat at a table and said to Wang Sunfeng, "Brother Wang, isn't it time to pay the tax? It's been 10 days. Brother Fu, you're wrong. I've already signed a contract with the Millennium Chamber of Commerce. Even if I take money out today, it will be sent to them. They're tax-free for 10 years. Look, when we signed the contract, we copied down the relevant places. The people from the Millennium Chamber of Commerce even put their fingerprints on it. It can't be faked." Wang Sunfeng didn't want to pay it all. He could save half of the money. It wasn't a small amount. "So you're refusing to pay your taxes? Then don't blame me for not being able to do it. Arrest him." As the runner spoke, the chain went for Wang Sunfeng's neck. Wang Sunfeng could have dodged, but he didn't. If he dodged, he would be resisting arrest. "What right do you have to arrest me? I didn't do anything wrong. I want to talk to the county magistrate." Wang Sunfeng was brought to the yamen by the runners. At this time, there were many people in the yamen who had been arrested. They didn't dare to move because they knew Li Yu's identity. They just wanted an explanation. When most of the people had arrived, Li Yu came to the front with a contract in his hand. He said to the crowd, "Is there anyone who doesn't agree? Fine, I'll tell you. Look carefully. When Party A cooperates with Party B, they are tax-free. When they signed the contract with you, they didn't cooperate with me in this regard. You'll pay what you have to pay. No one can escape. Pay your taxes and pay your fines. Then you can go home. Sir, you can say whatever you want. Why do you have the final say?" A merchant rolled his eyes and said. Chapter 747. After explaining the contract to the merchants working with the Qianshi Chamber of Commerce, Li Yu really forced them to pay up and increased the fine by 3 times. The merchants did not dare to resist. They were scared out of their wits. They were not afraid of Li Yu, but of Zhang Xiaobao. The rumors were true, and Zhang Xiaobao lived up to his reputation. A few days ago, they had been saying that the undefeated Zhang Xiaobao had lost. Now, they knew what it meant to have no empty seats. "Lord Li, no, Marquis, you are familiar with the young master of the Zhang family. I accept the punishment. Not just 3 times, even 5 times is fine. I spoke ill of him a few days ago, so please speak up for me. Don't let him send people to open a pancake shop." Wang Sunfeng, who owned a Shunfeng pastry restaurant at home, walked up to Li Yu from behind the crowd of businessmen. His face was full of regret as he pleaded with Li Yu. He was even willing to pay more, just to prevent Zhang Xiaobao from taking revenge. Li Yu was amused. Wang Sunfeng was not afraid of a marquis, but he was afraid of Zhang Xiaobao coming to take care of the shop. He waved his hand impatiently. "I said 3 times, then 3 times. If you do it again, 5 times, and you will be locked up." Then the young master of the Zhang family. Wang Sunfeng asked without a trace of joy. "He doesn't have the time to care about you. He is someone who does great things. You are not even a chicken that is going to kill a chicken to scare the monkey." Yes, I am just an ant. He doesn't have time to kill me." That's good. Wang Sunfeng was relieved. Many of the other merchants thought the same. They were afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would come personally. If he wanted to deal with them, he would not have to resort to underhanded means. He could just throw money at them. Chairman Tian of the Qianzhi Chamber of Commerce and the others were not sure when the county would catch the merchants. A notice was posted outside the yamen. It contained a portion of the contract, as well as the amount of taxes and fines that the merchants had to pay. All of it would be recorded, especially the fines, which were not taxes that had to be paid. They could be kept and used for the development of Changning County. The continuous decrease in revenue for the past few days had already made the people worried. Now that they suddenly saw the contents of the contract and the revenue, the people who were worried about their hometown quickly smiled and spread the news. When President Tian and the others heard the news, they took out the contract and read it carefully. It was written very clearly in the contract. Only those who cooperated with Li Yu could enjoy the tax exemption. Especially the last sentence, which made the 6 of them learn a new trick, but the price was not small, because they had to compensate the merchants who cooperated with them. One move behind, one move behind. Zhang Xiaobao, I will remember this. President Tian sighed and looked at the hazy sky outside. The other 5 people were also worried. They had witnessed the legendary prowess of Zhang Xiaobao, but they had yet to discover the backup plan of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Were they setting up a trap, or were they not planning to take revenge? Just like the sky, it was gloomy and gloomy. It was hard to bear. Li Yu, who had received a large sum of money from the yamen, was very happy to treat the punished merchants to a meal. The food was not bad. The whole mutton soup was still being cleaned up. The mutton was brought up first, and there was a large pot next to it. There were mutton bones and mutton fat inside, and it was boiling. Chopped green onions, coriander, salted garlic, and pepper were all prepared. When the soup was ready, they could drink it. Li Yu picked up a piece of mutton face and said to the merchants in the yard, "Everyone has made a lot of contributions to this county. I will thank you on behalf of the county people. Eat." The merchants were not in the mood to eat, but they did not dare to not eat. They picked up their chopsticks and casually put some meat into their mouths and ate with Li Yu. After eating for a while, the mutton soup was ready. Li Yu asked someone to serve him a bowl full of soup. He took 2 sips and felt comfortable all over. Then, he said to the merchants, "In this prosperous dynasty, the goods are prosperous and the people are peaceful. We should join forces. However, although there are only a few fools, the time is not right for everyone. Perhaps the path is unclear. Therefore, we want to gather, move together, fight together, so. Lord Li, can you say something else?" More than half of the merchants did not understand what Li Yu was talking about. Someone asked in a low voice. "Oh, actually, what I'm saying is that everyone is living a good life now. The people of Tang are in a good time. In our county, everyone should be motivated to work together. However, although there are few fools, there are many who are not. They can't find a better way. So, I think we should join forces and advance and retreat together." Just like Lu Zhou, all the people there worked together with the merchants. The merchants had formed their own merchant associations. When they had good things to sell, they would not go to others alone to negotiate the price. Otherwise, they would be sold and attacked one by one. It was the same when it came to buying things. The common folk in the county can't compare to Lu Zhou, but shouldn't you merchants work together with me? When you trade, you can talk to other merchants together. That way, you'll suffer less losses and gain more benefits. Li Yu did not want to show off how talented he was. When he saw that many people did not understand, he immediately changed his way of speaking. He looked at the merchants, asking them if they wanted to join him. The merchants now knew that Li Yu, the Marquis, was going to learn from the Zhang family and the Wang family. They hesitated. The Zhang family and the Wang family could succeed because they had powerful people. Could they do the same? Li Yu seemed to have guessed the thoughts of the merchants. He continued, let's try it out first. If we find it difficult, I'll ask Zhang Xiaobao. What do you think? We'll listen to your orders, my lord. Wang Sunfeng expressed his stance. Li Yu's last sentence had worked. The other merchants also agreed. As long as Li Yu could talk to Zhang Xiaobao, there would be no problem. Let's paddle the 2 oars and push the waves away, on the Yellow River, or more accurately, on the Wei River. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's fleet slowly moved forward. Little Bei, Little Yuan, Big Man, Little Man, and a group of little fellows sat on the south side of the ship. Their voices drifted in and out as they sang. The human-powered propeller continued to spin in the countercurrent. There was no need for a tracker. Moreover, there were 2 large wheels beside the propeller. At full speed, it was very fast. Because the ship had many levels and was too high, the little fellows couldn't see the ship below them. They could only look at the south side. The south side was relatively more prosperous. There were fishing boats and passenger boats waiting to be ferried. In the shallow waters of the river, there were naked children swimming. Little Bei and the others sang until they stopped. They stared blankly at the shore. The ship rocked gently in the water, but it didn't make them seasick. The guards didn't disturb them either. They only set up a net below the ship to prevent anyone from falling in. Although Little Bei and the others could swim, it depended on what kind of water they were in. While they were looking at the people on the shore were also looking at them. Because the ship was moving along the north side of the river, it was far away and there were no binoculars. They could only see a group of children sitting on the side of the ship. Only the merchants who often came and did business knew who the people on this ship were. The 2 rice seedlings holding hands clearly told the people who were familiar with them that this was the young master and young lady of the Zhang and Wang families who were on the move. Could it be that someone has offended the great Tang and is about to go to war? After seeing the flags, one of the servants of a merchant from Jiannan Circuit nervously asked the person next to him. The person next to him also couldn't guess. He said, who else would they fight? Could it be that there's a powerful enemy? Otherwise, why would Xiao Bao and Cuckoo move out at the same time? That can't be. The Turks have been well behaved for a long time. Why would the 2 of them be sent out? What are you 2 talking about? Didn't you see that Little Bei and the others are on the ship? You want to take them out to war? I think they're just sightseeing. It would be great if they could go sightseeing in Jiannan Circuit. Maybe I can sell some things to them. The master of the 2 servants also stopped to watch. When he heard the words of the 2 servants, he followed suit. The people on the ship didn't know what the others were talking about. They were still busy with their own business. Zhang Xiaobao was cooking, and Wang Wan was helping him. Little Bei had eaten too many bones in the past few days, so he suggested that he wanted to eat vegetables. Therefore, Zhang Xiaobao decided to cook vegetables today. He also cooked an eggplant and cucumber scrambled eggs. Wang Wan was in charge of the main dish. She used dandelion seeds to make pies and put some dried shrimps and oil in them. The pies were wrapped in thin layers. She only put a little oil in the first pan, and the rest were all dried. The pies were only 5 centimeters in diameter, making them very convenient to eat. After placing the pies on the pans, Wang Wan looked at the fire and asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Are we really responsible for all the expenses?" Zhang Xiaobao, who was peeling the cucumber, slowed down his movements and said, "Of course. If I don't take advantage of this opportunity to make money, I won't be able to sleep at night." After peeling the cucumber, Zhang Xiaobao only chose the most tender part in the middle and cut it for later use. He also took the eggplant. He didn't want the skin or the innermost part. He only chose the middle part without oil and blanched it with water. After Wang Wan saw it, she said, "You spoiled it. If you eat bean sprouts, do you have to cut off the head and the tail? Have you thought of a story? We didn't throw it away. The rest is just enough to make a mess of stew. The cucumber will be mixed with cold dishes. I've thought of a story. Once upon a time, there was a family." Zhang Xiaobao said as he cooked. Stories were prepared for meals. Children were partial to food and had eaten too much meat recently. Xiao Yuan didn't like to eat vegetables. In order to let the younger siblings take the initiative to eat, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had to think of a story every time they cooked. It revolved around the dishes they cooked. The central idea of the story was how delicious the dish was, how difficult it was for others to eat it, and what would happen after eating it. They didn't directly tell the children what was the use of eating it, such as how it didn't have any effect on nutrition. In this way, when the children ate, they would think about the plot of the story. If the food was not too bad, the children would take the initiative to eat it. Most of the time, when a person liked to eat a dish, it wasn't that the dish was delicious, but it was a habit in the mind. Wang Wan flipped the pancake, took the dough, and continued to wrap it. She said, "Do you think Li Longji will agree with your idea?" "I think that's what he wants us to do. I'll arrange for someone to go over and arrange it in advance," Zhang Xiaobao replied. Chapter 748. The waves slapped against the side of the ship, and the clouds in the day moved with the wind. Under the setting sun, the willows were dyed red. On this evening, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's fleet finally entered the canal. Based on their current speed, they would reach the capital in another 2 days. The splint on Xiao Bei's arm had been removed the day before yesterday. Xiao Bei, who had not washed his arm for a month, would soak it in water when he was free. It was only today that he realized something was wrong. Most of his body was darker than his arm, and his arm was too white. It looked awkward no matter how one looked at it. After asking around, his brother and sister ran to the ship in front to make arrangements. Xiao Bei could only use a thin shirt to cover his arm and ask others for help. Xiao Yuan was showing off his cleverness to others, reciting, "Separate from the turbid, separate from the turbid." Xiao Bei came looking for him. "Brother Xiao Yuan, I have something to ask you." Xiao Bei usually called him Xiao Yuan, but today he added the word brother. Xiao Yuan was shocked and looked at Xiao Bei warily. He then looked around. Luckily, there were people around. He asked, "What's the matter?" "I won't use the tripwire anymore." "Look at how scared you are," Xiao Bei said when he saw Xiao Yuan's timid look. "Of course not. We're on water. I'm afraid you'll set fire to it." Xiao Yuan did not relax. "Let me test you. Do you know why people can become darker?" Xiao Bei's eyes turned, and he put his hands behind his back, looking knowledgeable. Xiao Yuan nodded and said, "I know. Places where the sun doesn't reach are white. Look, people who often stay indoors are usually white. People who work outside are usually black. Let me give you a pair of binoculars. Look, the person on the boat behind is still sitting in the shade and writing while the sun is setting. He is white. Look again, that person who is struggling in the water is black. It's obvious that he fell into the water by accident. Look at his face, it's black, right? Look at the overturned boat beside him. I see it. Save him, quickly save him. Someone fell into the water. Team 0, where's Team 0? Go down." As Xiao Bei listened to Xiao Yuan, he used his binoculars to look back and forth. Suddenly, he realized that the person struggling in the water wasn't swimming. Instead, the boat had capsized. He scanned the surroundings and realized that there was a person dragging two people and swimming towards the shore. Xiao Bei was no longer in the mood to turn white or black. She shouted at the people around her. When she shouted, someone on the boat in front of her had already jumped into the water. As the waves churned, they quickly approached the person who had fallen into the water. Seeing that the strong number 0 seedling protection team had met someone, the nervous little ones heaved a sigh of relief and sat on the deck as if they had collapsed. You scared me to death. Xiao Yuan, you just said that it's fine to just bask in the sun, right? If the white parts are tanned, wouldn't the black parts be even darker? Seeing that it was really the members of Team 0, Xiao Bei was no longer worried. Thinking of his own matters, he asked Xiao Yuan. Of course. The more you get under the sun, the darker you get. In the end, you'll be as black as coal. Why do you ask? Xiao Yuan replied. No, nothing. I'm just asking. My clothes aren't comfortable. I'll change. Xiao Bei left in a hurry after saying that. She entered the cabin and sat there thinking for a while. Then, she opened the door and said to the guard outside, "Get someone to make me a set of clothes. The kind that doesn't have a sleeve on the right arm." The guard nodded and went to find someone to report. Xiao Bei and the others didn't have a lot of clothes. They grew quickly, so they usually had 3 sets of clothes made every season. As they grew, they would have them made at the same time. Unless the clothes were torn, they would make a set at the last minute to avoid wasting it. This set of clothes that Xiao Bei had suggested needed to be reported. In particular, Xiao Bei's request had to be made known to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The news was quickly passed to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan through flag signals. The two of them were waiting for the people from the Miao protection team to rescue them. Fortunately, they had flipped over in the canal. If it had been in the middle of the Yellow River, where the current was the most rapid and there were whirlpools, it would have been difficult to rescue them. After receiving the news, Wang Wan couldn't understand why Xiao Bei wanted a set of clothes that didn't have a right sleeve. However, Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said to Wang Wan, "Xiao Bei must have felt that the color of the right arm is different from other parts of the body. I had this thought before, but I didn't get someone to make clothes at that time. Instead, I rolled up my trouser leg. At that time, I thought it was very smart, but now I know it's very stupid." Wang Wan thought about it and felt that it was more or less the case. She smiled and said, "Xiao Bei must be very anxious. Think of a way. Then we won't have to make clothes." "Okay. After lunch tomorrow, get someone to get some mud and stick it on them. Let them bask in the sun for a day. The color will change to about the same." Zhang Xiaobao came up with an idea. Usually, Xiao Bei and the others would also bask in the sun. Compared to the children who often stayed indoors, they were slightly darker, but healthier. In fact, the little guys had patches of black and white on their bodies. It was just that Xiao Bei's arms, which were originally black, were too white. At this time, the people who had fallen into the water had been brought back. They were a boatman and 3 passengers. They took advantage of the fact that the water transport wasn't too busy to ferry over. They didn't expect that when they were about to reach the shore, they would accidentally overturn. The boatman could only barely save 2 people, and the remaining one almost died. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't go to meet the rescued people. The two of them looked at the water below and thought about something. After a while, Zhang Xiaobao said, "If we provide the local people who ferry back and forth with a bigger boat, can we avoid the danger of the boat capsizing? They can't afford a big boat even if they work for a lifetime." Wang Wan rejected Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion. "Then why don't we lend it to them first and pay them back bit by bit?" Zhang Xiaobao said again. "Then we'll lose money." Until the big boat breaks down, we won't be able to earn back the capital. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao in surprise. She meant to say, "Why are you so stupid today?" Zhang Xiaobao nodded. That's right. That's why we have to continue with the ferry. But we can't sit on the boat for nothing. It costs at least 1 copper coin per trip. If it costs 1 copper coin per trip, don't you think there will be more people willing to take this route? Then we can only maintain the same income if the number of passengers can double what it is today. What are you thinking of doing? I was just thinking if we should fork out some money to build a bridge here. We don't expect to make money, but we can leave a good reputation. Wang Wan was confused by Zhang Xiaobao's words. She felt that Zhang Xiaobao's thinking had suddenly become sluggish. Zhang Xiaobao continued, "What I mean is that we can build the bridge, but we can't let people cross for free. If it's a single trip, we'll charge 1 copper coin per trip. If it's a frequent trip, we can apply for a monthly or annual pass. Not only can people cross, but goods can as well. But if the goods weigh more than 300 caddies, we'll have to pay 1 copper coin more. You want to charge a bridge protection fee? That's a challenge. Have you ever heard of anyone paying to cross the bridge?" Wang Wan reminded. "Don't use our name. Just find someone. The bridge is easy to build. There's no need to use piers. Just connect the 2 sides. Use iron chains and board. Both sides don't have to be iron oxen or copper oxen. Pour some cement and put in some pebbles. It's heavy and sturdy. First, arrange a few people to guard both sides of the bridge. If there's a situation where people don't pay and run away, it's enough to guard one side. If there are children who need to run between the 2 sides to go to school in the future, this can be free, but the children can't carry too many things. This price is cheaper than the ferry, right? Moreover, it's safer. When the time comes, people can choose to walk or take the ferry. Little by little, the people will accept the fact that crossing the bridge costs money. When the time comes, the road will be the same. Actually, we can't make much money by building roads now. If we were to build roads in prosperous areas, we would be able to earn money by opening shops by the roadside. If there weren't many people, we would just be spending money. Once the commoners were used to spending money to cross the bridge, we would build more roads. We would build new roads beside the old roads. Every time we walked, we would have to spend money. Those who didn't want to spend money could walk on the old roads. Naturally, the speed would not be as fast as the new roads. Furthermore, those who walked on the new roads would be able to rest for free in the small houses built by the roadside. When the time comes, you'll have to make up for it. The most important thing in the service area is to provide hot water. As long as the people in the caravan come, they'll be provided with a pot of hot water. If they're pedestrians, they can't ask for money. Zhang Xiaobao explained his idea while Wang Wan listened at the side. When Zhang Xiaobao finished, Wang Wan asked, "What if someone crosses the old road to the new road and returns to the old road when they're almost there? What will you do?" "Let the people in the service area watch. Usually, there will be a service area set up every half a day. The hot water and rest are free, but you must have a pass to come here. However, other things are not free, such as medicine, dry food, tools needed to repair vehicles, etc., are not free. Occasionally, we'll send people to patrol on horseback. If they catch them, they'll have to pay double the money. If they don't pay, we'll take away their goods and not give them money." Zhang Xiaobao felt that he had too much money in the future and couldn't spend it all at once. He planned to use it on road repair and collect tolls. It was likely that because there were few people coming and going, there wouldn't be much money left after deducting the maintenance fees. However, it was better than having no money at all. Otherwise, he would have to build more roads in the future. It would be better if he could get some money back. Wang Wan lowered her head and thought for a moment, then asked, "Do you think it'll work?" "How do I know?" "Let's try it first. If it doesn't work, we'll talk about it later." "What if it works?" "Let's build the bridge first. We'll start with the bridge and arrange for people to do it immediately." Zhang Xiaobao made up his mind and asked his people to come in and arrange it. Wang Wan said, "Why don't you try the bridge on the Changjiang River first?" "That won't work. That's not our home. Besides, there are too many people coming and going there. What if someone is dissatisfied and makes trouble?" It's a deep-rooted idea to not spend money on the bridge. Even businessmen think so. They don't care how much it costs to build bridges and roads. Let's start with a place with fewer people first. You're tuning into the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.